Am I back? Hello? Dude, my ping went up to like 2 or 3,000. Oh my gosh. Holy shit. Are we back? Rubbing salt on the wound. Am I back? Pebble murdered the— yeah, literally. Dude, my ping went up to like 1,000. Hi, my stream crashed and then I had to like restart it manually. That's wild. Yeah, my internet cables were chewed up like— oh. Twisteds are actually everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, my internet crashed. I need to let them know. Yeah, there's new skins. My favorite has gotta be the new Shrimpo skin. It's gotta be the new it's gotta be the new Shrimpo skin. It's hilarious. It's actually hilarious. Dude, I am about to have Gordy. About to. I just need more pumpkins. That's all I need. I didn't realize stream was down. Yeah, stream was down. Oh my gosh, V. Oh no, that's not. Oh shit. Damn. She's doing that with a— she's just doing that all with that face. That's hilarious. Oh no. Uh-oh. Do you want to join me? Would you like— why is Creative Cloud open? What the hell? I can open up— I'm gonna open up Discord. Discord, I'm hell at the moon and sleep in the middle of a summer afternoon. Discord, whatever did you do? Good God. Oh my stam. Okay. Alright. I've been feeling lightheaded. Damn. Oh, you're probably gonna disconnect. Oof. Oof. Yo. The art. The art in the Discord. I'm gonna eat it. This is your art. This is me. That's me. That's me with y'all's art. Shelly's here too, oh gosh. is your art. This is me with your art. Okay, that paper doesn't taste good at all. That paper doesn't taste good at all. Tastes bad. It tastes bad. I tap into your stream to see that. Okay. I'm gonna get in a VC real quick. Ah, my eyes. Oh, no, not File Explorer. Don't open up 2. It doesn't taste good. The paper doesn't taste good, but the art tastes amazing. This... Oh, I got slobber all over it. Ugh. It's the paper for my mouse. It doesn't taste good. That's all I gotta say about it. It doesn't taste good. It tastes like shit. Lately I've been wishing I would 555 when 99 were thigh highs. Would you please objectify me? I'm just a... I wish I could be a girl in that way. Wish I could be your girlfriend, boyfriend. Am I pretty enough to love back? No, not yet. I wish I could be a girl in that way.
Hello?
Hi. Hello.
What's up?
Just streaming.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Damn, laptop shit.
What?
My laptop was loud.
Oh gosh. My ping, like, I'm just lagging today.
Yeah. How do you want me to help with that?
I don't know. What's kind of funny is like I looked in the Discord and saw the art and I was like, this is your art, this is me, and I just num num. Anyways, I'm gonna wait in the lobby. Good luck, you two. Good luck with Shelly. Whee!
Nah, not the fairy godmother for Shrimpo.
What?
Is that the one you were talking about?
Yes! That's the one that I was talking about.
Oh my god, Shrimpo, no, what have they done
It's
to you?
hilarious. It is hilarious.
It is pretty funny.
Okay, I'm in a lobby. I'm in a lobby.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and quickly, like, I'm gonna get into the room where it happened real quick, and then I'm gonna grab a drink.
Door's clear?
What? Oh my god, there's so many. Oh god, what's going on? Louis, you can't be doing that. Louis, you can't be doing that, bro. God damn. Okay, I'm gonna grab a drink real quick since anyways, it's bad time. Actually, I'm gonna do this so that in case if y'all like, because this is what happened last time. Y'all were just like playing all around, I guess.
Chat, it's time for bed. A row?
Y'all are gay.
Oh, okay. Well, Sid's AFK, so.
Okay, so Sid was doing an Undertale stream yesterday, right? She's doing the genocide route.
They failed it! We didn't even get to. They're on neutral run right now.
Multiple times in the last game, hey, you might want to go kill everything before you fight Toriel.
Literally, that's what I said. I was like, dude, you did it wrong.
And not only that, even at Napstablook, I implied to go kill everything. I didn't say it at that point. I just said, hey, if you were level 4, you could have skipped that fight.
I got juice.
Yeah.
But
She was just
but then
staring.
Toriel came, so I tell them when they get to the house, hey, you might want to kill everything before you keep progressing. And then at the Toriel fight, I was just like, you might want to kill everything before leaving the ruins, as you won't be able to get back in.
What? I just got back.
Dude,
What?
we're talking about how I told you about yesterday.
Listen.
I'm listening.
You
We're
didn't
listening.
say.
Yes, I did!
You didn't specifically say to do the genocide route. You have to kill. Like, you have to keep killing and
What do you think
encountering
genocide
monsters.
means?
That you kill everybody while you're, like, going. I killed the monsters that I encountered.
Route.
I killed the monsters until I encountered.
Sid, what do you think genocide stands for?
I know what genocide stands for. I thought it was like, you just keep killing things. Nobody specifically told me.
Well, it's kind of obvious. Well, I guess not that obvious.
Listen, I haven't played Undertale in a while. Cosmo, get your big head out of the way. You're not even facing towards the camera.
Damn.
But anyway, one of my dogs has to go to the vet today because just found out that their mom wasn't paying attention to the dogs well enough, and one of them ate a squeaker toy.
Of course.
Oh.
Yeah, so I'm assuming that's why she's throwing up like a crazy dog.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, so we have to take her to the vet now to make sure she's all good.
That's not
Hopefully
good.
she doesn't get injury.
Where are you?
Does
But
she
now
sound
my
like
Are you
mom's
looking at this?
super
breeds?
scared of letting them have squeaker toys.
I want to be scared. I want
Oh
to be
god
like more
damn it. Got a
cautious and
bot
pay
in my...
attention.
No, I didn't mean to time them.
That's
I
what
meant
I'm
to ban
saying.
them.
All she has to do is just pay attention to them when they have the stuffed toys.
Yeah.
That I must just be a little crazy that one.
Woo.
I need like 2,000 more just to get Gordy.
Okay, so Sid, for clarification, in a genocide round, you're gonna kill everything till it says, but nobody came.
That's what I told Sid.
And it has to specifically say, but nobody came for you to know you've killed enough monsters in a certain area.
Well, I didn't know that.
Well, it's only in that one area you really have to pay attention. Other than that, it tells you how many is left that you have to kill.
I may or may not have bought some, pumpkins.
Trust me, I was saving up for Eclipse because I was gonna buy every tune first, and then now look at me, I bought the stupid cause the stupid skin.
But also, remember, boss monsters don't count towards the total of monsters you need to kill, but you still have to kill them. Obviously.
Yeah, since I was
So, like,
I was unknowingly doing the neutral route. This is a VC between friends, by the way. Like, we've been friends for, like, years.
yeah. I mean, we've known Sid's been a dumbass for years, but no one said anything.
Hello?
Okay, Aaron,
Knock it
banned
off.
from the server, banned from the server,
You got banned,
banned
idiot.
from the- I
I
can.
mean, you can, but you won't. Anyway.
Banned from the stream server, banned from the stream server.
We're not.
Nah, you're getting moved. You're getting moved. How do I
Move me and I'll move you
Oh my god, gang, please.
to a mental institute.
They put through one. It sucked.
Obviously, you didn't go for long enough.
I know, I was there for 4 days, and then they let me out because I was too mentally stable.
You?
Yeah.
Stable? Huh.
My dad was still
Huh,
mad because
funny.
I costed him like $4,000, or $7,000 actually. $7,000. Even though he didn't really have to pay for it, it was covered mostly by insurance, and like, he's upper middle class.
Dude, I'm sorry. First of all, you spent 4 days there, and it cost you more than a 3-bedroom apartment with 2 bathrooms.
Literally.
And it didn't even help me. It didn't even help me.
And you didn't even get to choose your own food. You got some shitty food that they gave you.
Dude, whenever I was there, also let's start a run real quick. When I was there, the fucking, fish was, I shit you not, cold on the inside and burnt on the outside.
What the? That sounds like a
the
hot
fish was
pocket.
a hot pocket. Hot pockets are radioactively hot on the outside and cold as balls on the inside. Or is it the other way? I think it's the other way.
It's the other way.
They would always be cold on the outside and hot as balls on the inside. Why are you so aggressive?
Why are you so
I really love this
aggressive?
sprout skin.
It's
I don't know
so
how to
funny.
express how
That
much
and the
I like it.
Cosmos skin is so hilarious.
Dude, I'm sorry. That one does not give Frankenstein, honestly. If they'd done the, like, bolt in the head trope that's been around forever, that would have made more sense. But if you just look at it,
He's
it looks
got
like
a
zombie.
tail. He has a tail.
I know, that's why I bought it. I like the tail.
He's
What?
also floating more than everybody else.
Wait, Sprout is floating?
Yeah, if you look at my stream, you can see, like, he's kind of floating more than everybody else.
I'm not floating. What is up with your game, bro?
Yeah, I
I'm
think
not
that's you.
Yeah, I'm not floating.
You're higher than everybody else. Let's
No,
go
I'm
to the
not.
shell elevator. 3, 2,
Wait,
1,
The
go.
only reason Mateo's higher than everybody else is because he's taller than everybody else. He is the tallest soon.
Did everybody get in?
I think so.
Fighting each other, you dogs.
I'll let you know if I crash or not, because it's my laptop. We shall see.
Mateo crashing out.
Okay, they got
Imagine.
Also, Mateo, I might get you Legends EA for Christmas. Or I might get you something else. I don't know
Dude,
what I'm gonna do.
I should be getting Little Nightmares 3 for Halloween.
Ooh.
Oh, I thought you had pre-ordered it, so shouldn't it be out
Yeah,
already?
yeah, we did, but it got backed up again so I should be getting it by Halloween though.
What do you mean it got backed up?
The order got
Like they
backed up.
pushed the
man.
release back?
No, they backed up the order.
What?
Yeah,
Stop
they
I'm the
fighting each other.
distractor.
We pre-ordered that like a year ago, man. Why is it getting backed up? Do you think we'd be like on the list to get it prioritized? What the fuck?
You would think.
You would think.
Well, you're fine. You just need to stop fighting your sister. You're gonna hurt each other.
Like you would think.
Sorry, I smacked your nose, sweetie.
Like, you would think, but, you know, apparently fuck not.
This block's probably gonna die like floor 3.
You know
Watch,
who else is
okay,
gonna
watch
die
this
floor
block
3?
get in the way.
Me.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
block's
lag
probably
to
gonna get in
death.
the way.
You can't list. You're going in the kennel.
Banded.
Goodbye.
Bop.
Bye, Pearl. Take care. Go to sleep, girlie.
I gotta get Louis. I wanna know what, her new skin... Dude, all of y'all are 2-star stealth, bro. What the fuck do I do?
1 sec. I will be right back.
Is it bad that I kind of forgot that I was looking for tapes? It's probably
Yeah.
fine. It's probably nothing.
A little. Okay, there's nobody in
Shut up.
here. Dude, what the fuck is Blot doing, bro? He's being an idiot.
Yeah, Scraps is on the last one, by the way. I did 2 machines.
Blot's crashing out.
So true. So real. I'm gonna look for pumpkins on the floor too, as well as tapes. Radioactive shrimp from Walmart. Radioactive shrimp from Walmart.
Okay, stand from the outside so that I can give you your aggro tapes.
Yeah.
Yep. Radio killed the video. Yeah, radio killed the video star. Radio killed the video star, guys.
Oh, there's a band-aid.
I yoinked it immediately.
Nice.
I want to know what her werewolf form looks like. I really do. Because
I
this
do like
skin
that
is
skin. It's
so
a really nice
cute.
skin.
I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. It's very
Yeah,
nice.
can people not get hurt though? It's floor 2. You're fine. I get you, but why is it eclipse? Mow.
Which
Says
eclipse?
Mow. Why are you mowing? Why are you meowing?
Meow.
Why are they meowing? You're my favorite cry. What?
You! You fucker. Ha, idiot.
Blot. They don't need your help.
Whereas like, yeah. Yoink. I saved Astro,
I did.
guys.
Oh my god.
I said I dis. Shut the fuck up. You okay?
Sorry, I'm typing.
I was like, did you crash?
Imagine.
Oh, Blot let Sid dis, yeah.
Because now that I'm on my laptop, I can actually type.
Yeah. I keep forgetting that. You're always like silent in chat.
Yeah, because I'm usually on my PlayStation. I can't type
Yeah.
on my PlayStation.
Well, very
So it's-
slowly, but
Very,
Very
slowly. It takes me
slowly.
like 2 minutes just to type out a full sentence.
Mhm.
Hmm.
There should be like gestures, 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 gesture, gesture. How the fuck do you say it? Is it gesture or gesture?
Gesture?
Gesture. Gesture. This Blot is crashing the fuck out. It's so funny.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not going to help y'all.
Okay.
Fine.
No one
As if
even
I need your
asked for help. Hello?
When did we ask for help? Well,
Ugh.
fucking lag. It's a game. Damn. It's not that deep. Blot took the tapes. I'm leaving Blot for dead. Blot's dead. He's
Okay.
dead to me.
Don't you- Oh, I'm griefing him. I am going to grief him. You're getting griefed. He's getting fucking griefed. Fuck you. I'm killing him. I'm
Do it.
killing him.
do it.
You're fucking dead. You are a fucking dead man. You're a fucking dead man. Oh, he's evading a ban. He's banned.
Why
He's
are you
doing.
so salty
He's
right
doing
now.
what?
I just asked them why they're being so salty right now.
He's doing ban evasion. I can actually report him to the. I can. Can someone report him real quick?
I think you can, you know, like, appeal. I think you can appeal bans, but I don't know if this guy has. Do you want me to heal this eclipse?
Sure.
Dude, Windows, get out of here! Goddamn! Oh my god, dude, I can't. There we go. Fuck's sake.
I'm just gonna say most, because it's a lot. Okay, Cosmo. Yoink! Oh, fucker.
I can't even heal you, mate.
Fine, I'll use my band-aid.
Sorry. I killed the eclipse. I have the tapes though, so I just don't have the cooldown.
Slay!
Oh, Blot's AFK. Let's leave him for dead.
Do it. Do all of the machines fast.
Dude, it feels so nice being able to type.
Dude, what is Cosmo
It
doing?
feels so nice. Oh my god.
Y'all, I think Cosmo's tweaking the fuck out.
Yeah, that's just how it goes sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah. Basically. Wait! Bro's like, wait!
Nah, no, wait, just go. Leave them for dead.
Yeah, no waiting. Oh, and I got Yada over here.
Because we want you to die. Blot. Trying to get my damn tapes, asshole.
It's
Because we wanted you to
4-5.
die,
Why
but
are
we're
you
not gonna
going
say it.
AFK?
Oh wait, actually, yeah, rehearsal would help me, actually. I'm fine on tapes. I have 161 tapes. I'll be fine. I said AFK. You didn't say don't do last. Back. I kind of want to say now in chat.
You're supposed to auto walk when you're AFK. Tee. Tee. He just took my twisted, but oh well. If he dies, he dies. I hope he dies. He's got both my twisteds, by the way. Just be aware of a blot trying to grief.
Yeah, I know. I see him.
Yeah, I see him too. I'm gonna take him back.
Yoink. I think he's actually trying to distract.
I don't trust him. What's auto walk? What do you mean, what's auto walk?
Oh, that's one of the other guys. I don't know who that one is.
He just led them right to Russia.
Oh my god. Block, give me the damn twisted. Damn.
Jeez.
Weapon is not helping.
I'm concerned. Someone just joined my Discord, but I don't know if I...
Oh my god, I have little zappies coming from my body. So I am like Frankenstein's monster.
Yeah, both him and Cosmo.
Bro, let's go. This skin was worth the
Oh
effort.
shit! Damn it! You didn't tell me that he sold an air horn.
Oh, my bad.
An air hornaholic.
Eclipse has Poppy.
Okay, I'm going to get boxed in the pumpkin.
Yeah, just how you'd like to know.
Yeah, that's my backup.
Okay, sounds good. Poppy has been lost.
I got him. Or I got her. Did I have a Chanel sent to me? Shut the fuck up. Hi, Astro. Bye, Astro. Hi,
I'm
Astro.
literally picking up everything that I see in
Bye,
internet that are
Astro.
completely useless items.
Yeah, do it.
Apart from me picking up like a pop, but that's because I was out of stamina, so it wasn't kind of useless, I guess.
Right.
So it's all good. I think I've picked everything up. I think I'm good.
I think scraps. I'm just following the scraps, dude. I like look over and I'm like, boom, scraps. Boom, scraps again. Boom, triple
I was
scraps.
just saying boo now. Screams.
Boo.
Wow. I'm sorry.
We need to screenshot that shit. We need to screenshot that shit.
Okay.
And like send it to the Discord server.
Wait, don't bring that to me! Oh my god. Sorry, I was trying to take the screenshot. Oh my god. My soul left my body.
I'm concerned because this person like just joined the Discord server, but they haven't said anything in chat at all.
I say we leave them be until they try doing
Yeah.
something, and then if anything, I'll pay attention, and then if something happens, I'll just ban them.
Okay.
Just so, you know, nothing bad happens.
Okay.
I got you, I'm a mod for a
Yippee.
reason.
Yippee! Oh my god, Blot's actually doing the machine. There's a stamina candy over here, by the way.
Oh, well, I found a machine and like 5 tapes next to each other. I'ma do this machine.
Yippee!
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 But yeah, I took a screenshot of the conversation.
Yahoo! Yeah, that needs to be sent to the Discord server. Cause he's like,
Dude,
I
it
can't
sucks
get
because I'm not even
banned
in the
for-"
Discord server on this account. It's on my other account.
Oh.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have
It'd
to
be
sign
really
into my
funny
other
if I
account.
just turned the corner a little bit fast.
I mean, I could send it to you. You're the right level, right?
No, I'm not. I barely talk
Damn.
in the Discord server.
Yeah, because I was gonna be like, I'll give it.
You should probably get to the
you and
elevator,
you
by
can
the
do
way.
it.
I'm gonna chase you
well, I was
around.
picking up tapes.
Hold up, Chase. Wait. Let me give them to you so that we can use them. There we go.
Thank you.
The fuck they mean? The fuck do they mean? Louis trying to agree with me now. I didn't even try. I hate y'all. Then leave. Leave. I might have a solution. Leave.
Oh my god, please say you will leave.
Please say. I hope they say leave. I hope they say leave. You know, there's a button called leave.
Ain't that the truth?
It's really useful.
Oh my god. Ben's not here.
He is like... He's... Yeah.
Yep.
What do
I
they
didn't even know
mean?
Blot
They
was
can
here.
take some
Blot's
of the
here.
twisteds. Yeah, Blot's here.
I didn't even know that. Oh, shit.
Yeah, there's also there's a bunch of tapes back there, by the way. Oh yeah, that would definitely help. Also, there's a
Okay,
tape that I'm distracting
I'll let
around.
him know.
Damn it, Brusha's literally standing by him. I can't, like, distract around him.
There you go.
They're watching, by the way.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, Stone's a watcher.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know.
Stone's a
It's
watcher.
hard to tell. It's hard to tell. Leave me alone.
So the ones that are
Thank you,
watching is Hyper and Stone.
Ko-Fi-Bot.
Thank you, Ko-Fi-Bot. That's how you can tell that they're also watching. They just say thank you, Ko-Fi-Bot randomly.
Oh my god. I got the ill. I don't want to talk about it.
Did you get him?
Yep, thank you.
Did you get him?
Yep,
Hell
I
yeah.
got him.
Every floor, I get so happy thinking Blot left, and then I see him and I'm like,
Literally.
ugh.
Dude, fuck your penny pincher. What do we need penny pincher? I have 445 tapes. What the fuck do we need penny pincher for? I'm legit perfectly fine on tapes. Unless somehow everyone loses all their hearts. I'm gonna heal scraps real quick.
What? Oh.
Scraps.
Pumpkin.
Besides, it's not that hard for me to regain my tapes back. Oh, hi Sylvester.
Hold up, let me grab him again. Get your ass over here. Jesus. Oh yeah, there's 3. Oh shit, there's 3.
Bro just picked up my tapes.
What?
Yeah. Little does he know, I pick up everything off the damn floor.
Shit!
Still. Oh my god.
Oh my god. He fucking took Brusha and then lost her. Okay.
You know who we need? I need Eclipse Research.
I finally got to 100% on her.
Oh, nice.
Do the machines, do the machines, do the machines.
I'm working on the last one. I just got on it. Like, I just got on it. You're gonna have to give me a minute. I'm a little slow, unless someone else wants to
Watch
take
out,
this
watch out, watch
machine
out.
from me. Like, unless someone else wants to take this machine for me, be my guest.
Dude, Brusha!
I'm trying to speedrun it.
Can I get a heal?
Yeah, give me a second.
Thank you. Because I don't want to use this med kit
Brusha, do that
if,
machine
like,
for me.
unless if it's necessary. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, they probably are. Oh shit. Oh shit. Sylvester's on the loose again. Bro, he got asked.
Okay, I'm on the last. I'm almost done.
Oh my god, fuck. Yeah, they're going AFK on purpose. Scraps, why didn't you use that ability earlier?
Scary. I'll heal you when you get out of the elevator.
I'm sorry. Oh, hey.
Band-aid.
Pop. Yippee! Blood, are you actually going AFK? Nope. Yeah, I figured.
Okay.
You got two
I'm
tails,
like bigger.
4 arms. Oh, hey, we're at floor 10. Can you stop saying AFK if you're not actually going? Literally!
Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Eclipse has one of them.
Oh, shit.
The swap off was crazy.
Literally. Rebecca! Get your ass back over here! Oh my god.
You lost Tisha.
Tisha! There we go. Smooth trade-off. Mm-hmm. Watch him try to say that I'm griefing. Dude, he's fucking failing skill checks too. Bro, why are they protecting him? Why is Brusha helping him, bro?
Sorry?
What do you mean sorry? You have higher stealth than I do.
I know, but I actually got in your way. I'm sorry.
Now I'm chasing you around for that. Damn. Can't believe you.
I'm sorry.
I can't believe you.
It was an accident.
Oh, damn. Ad break.
Yeah,
Someone's gonna go.
Louie, what
Yeah!
the fuck?
He got hurt! He got hurt! Fuck! He had a band-aid! Bro, this Brusha's skin looks like a fucking Crayola pack of crayons. Why did Brusha turn to look at me like she heard me? Why did Brusha turn to look at me like she heard me? Halloween edition crayons?
Oh my god, I had the lag spike. Holy shit.
Dude, my lag is just going.
Brittany's here, by the way.
I see. Jeez, dude, I'm not that blind. Oh, fuck yeah, a bottle of pop.
Oh yeah.
Hi, Shrimpo. Oh, hey, Connie's here, so we have 4.
I'm surprised we still have our full team. I'm not gonna lie. I'm saying that because of Blot.
Either Blot's lagging, or he's doing something. Yeah.
Walking, please. Oh, I think bro's probably crashing out. I found another bottle of pop.
Where?
By the 2 vans that are like in between each other.
Okay.
Here, I'll stand like right where it's like over here.
I'm coming.
Don't. Oh my god.
Dude, we need to hurry up. Oh, wait, I don't even know where Blot is now. I hope he's still lagging out so that we can kill him.
I think
Kill him to elevator.
actually crashed.
There's the last one's over here, by the way.
Yeah,
In the
bro
secret
crashed.
lore
Bro's not
room.
in the game no more.
Yes! He's gone!
Yeah, I don't see his heart.
Finally! Finally. Yeah, it's in the lower room. War is over. Russia, watch out! 6, 7. Yeah, send it to the Blush Crunch server and be like, hey, this dude's griefing. If anything, you could also probably, like, there might be a clip on stream as well. With him. God damn you, motherfucker. Fuck you, Cosmo.
Machine's done.
Okay.
I'll heal you.
Thank you!
Welcome!
Oh shit! Russia, watch out. Get your aggro tapes.
I got him.
Bro's probably crashing the fuck out because, like, you know.
Probably. I might be okay. I will post this vid when it's happening.
What? I might pee.
Bro,
I'm a
what
post
is
this
happening?
vid. Out of context, that's hilarious.
This is kind of funny, yeah.
Out of context, that's hilarious.
Nothing.
Ayada. It's R&D and Poppy. I might pee. Where are you?
Go pee! Damn,
Go!
that got hard.
Go!
Yelp.
Go!
It's Yelp.
Oh yeah, yes. Hell yeah. I got an arrow horn. Yes, I got an arrow horn.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I have Brusha helping me out with machine right now.
R&D's in the back corner if you want to like aggravate him to
Yeah.
just be careful. I
If
think
no
Scraps
one's in
is
the way,
in the
then yeah,
circle.
I'll aggro him.
Yeah, Scraps is just doing the machine inside. Ow! That's all I see. I look over and all I see is ow!
Yeah, I'm not gonna aggro them until Scraps is gonna be done with that machine. Because I don't want to accidentally get him hurt, you know?
Right,
Especially with the
right.
resin dad being, like, right there.
Literally. You might want to let them know when done with machine. Step out of the circle.
Oh, well, I'm on the last machine, actually.
Oh. Alright. Brush is helping you out. I'm gonna make my way a little bit. Oh, I want that pumpkin, though. I want that
yeah,
pumpkin.
we got Brusha and Eclipse over here.
I want the pumpkin.
Sorry. No pumpkin for you.
Man, I got pumpkin spice whipped cream, I got pumpkin spice cheesecake, I got pumpkin spice bagels, I got pumpkin spice cream cheese spread.
I want a pumpkin spice latte.
Oh,
That sounds good.
I want the Dutch Bros pumpkin spice whatchamacallit? Blended freeze.
Really? Huh.
That sounds so good right now. You motherfucker! I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Here's some aggro tapes.
There we go. I hope I'm not bugging this is freaking Astro with my low stamina all the time.
Is Salem bugging you with the low stamina? No? Okay.
Okay, thank you. Let me know if I am.
You
GG!
Goob!
Oh my god, and Goob. Holy shit.
Help. Help. I can handle Goob, but I don't want to handle Gigi. I don't want to handle Gigi. Please, someone take Gigi.
I'm currently on a machine, mate. And I can't really distract Gigi without the trinkets for it.
I can take Goob, but I cannot take Gigi.
Oh shit, Louis. Oh my god.
I'm trying to make my way.
Louis in the toy room. Louis chasing. They're chasing someone right now. Okay. I'm struggling.
I accidentally
You keep
lost Goob.
switching.
Watch out.
Okay.
4, 5,
I still have another
6,
heal, so that's whatever.
7, 8, 9, 10. Shit. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, you motherfucker! I'm using this.
Pressure, run! Oh my god. Alright, do you want this machine?
Okay.
They're just kind of standing next to me. I'm scared. Why are they looking at me?
Ooh. Okay. Got him.
Always thank the brusher. Careful, the last machine's almost done. I told you it was almost done!
Russia, you need to run! Russia, you need to run! Thank you! Holy shit, he literally- I got hit, and then he immediately grabbed me. Oh, fuck yeah, Band-Aid.
Goddamn. Not the air horn on the elevator truck.
I bought the air horn just to use the air horn, or I used an air horn to buy an air horn.
Why are you trying to fuse with me? No.
I'm trying to give you a
no.
nose. Shelly?
I don't want your
Sprout.
damn nose.
Sprout!
Shelly.
Oh, Shelly.
Sprout is
There is
also
an air
here.
horn, but it's in the
Trempo,
corner
Brusha.
that I don't want. Boxen and Shelly.
Brusha's at Ellie, by the way.
Oh, that was just a straight up switch off. Why are Shelly's footsteps so delayed?
I don't know, I got
her.
some twisted for you though.
Like,
Trempo, there you go.
I think I got all 4.
And then I'll just be here so that way.
Oh my god, I'm trying to grief Sprout. Oh my god, I'm trying to grief Sprout.
Oh, Brusha, no, Brusha, no.
no. Brusha, no.
Brusha, no.
Brusha, no.
Brusha, move.
Brusha.
Oh my god.
Brusha. Stay
I
away,
appreciate
Brusha.
the help.
Stay away,
but
Brusha.
no, 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 thank you. No, no. Brusha, no. Go help Sprout.
You are Sprout.
Wait, go help Scraps. I'm at Scraps. Brusha, no. Oh my god.
Here we
Oh
go.
my lord, have mercy.
I'm low on stamina.
Wait,
dude.
why are Shelly's footsteps delayed?
I don't know. Her trail is so delayed.
Yeah, the little ink spots are very delayed for me as well. What the hell?
I don't know why.
Shelly, you good, bro? You good, Murphy?
We're just like, Brusha, no, Brusha, no, Brusha, no, Brusha, no.
Brusha, no. All for the safety of trying to protect Brusha.
Literally. I'm so happy that block got, like, disconnected.
Yeah.
Can I get some, stamina, please?
I'm almost done with the last, by the way. Oh, thank you, Brusha. Oh, my
Oh,
lord,
wait, they're
Lucy.
AFK!
Oh, shit.
Well, time to use bottle of pop. Get your ass to the elevator.
I'm working on it.
I'm walking here, mate.
I'm walking. I didn't really need the help, but thanks.
I don't know why they did that.
I don't know why either. I'm kind of running low on tapes. But okay.
I'm gonna give you a nose. Let me
I had
give
to
you a
drink the rest of my Gatorade. I
nose.
was parched.
Damn it. I see Brusha.
Brusha,
I see
Cosmo. I'm gonna probably guess Rebecca.
Air horn for an air horn. Ooh, triple. Yeah, Rebecca.
I knew it.
Shrimpo scared the shit out of me, by the way.
You can't fool me. I know this place like the back of my hand. All it gives me is Rebecca.
These vibes give me Rebecca.
Oh, hey, I found Roger.
Oh, Roger's here. We have 5 then.
Yeah, Roger capsule's in the mansion.
Oh, hell
In
yeah.
a corner with other capsules trying to blend in. Wish I were lying, man. Oh, hey, what's up?
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, that's not the
Bye.
Roger capsule. There it is!
Of course you would. What if
That's
I just
not the-
healed you right now?
No, there's a tape right here.
Dumbass.
Actually, that would help a little bit.
Ay, ay, ay. I make a joke about it and then you immediately get hit.
There was the tape right there. That was like, and then apparently someone else opened him.
Oh my god, gang, please. It's not that hard.
I opened him, and then someone else opens him immediately after.
Gang. Don't worry, that was on purpose.
No, you were there though.
Oh.
If I had like a little name bit, like a little badge, it would be CEO of opening Roger on purpose.
Honestly, yeah. I'm gonna look for more. Oh, never mind. I was gonna look for more items, but I guess not.
Ooh, pumpkin.
It's okay. I didn't even look for my pumpkins. I was just grabbing.
Scraps,
Thank you.
get to
Thank
the
you,
elevator.
Astro.
Oh my god.
Mm,
You're good?
that was scary.
Okay, I'll
Band-Aid.
get that, and then I'll use my first one so that that one's in my third slot.
Yeah. Okay, please don't disconnect. I beg. Oof. Are they gonna be auto-walking?
They said AFK-ish.
Oh, okay. I was a little confused. I didn't read the full sentence. Teamwork. Oh, blackout.
Oh, you can see me! I want to see. Oh, she looks so cute! Oh my gosh! Her light's red.
Oh my god, they're all right there. Another one's like over there somewhere.
Somewhere brush is here.
Scraps, scraps, scraps.
No!
Oh my god.
I don't know where she is.
No, I'm on a skill check. Let me off. I gotta heal you.
Okay, I got
Oh, hi,
scraps on
Bressa.
me.
Ow.
Damn you. Well, that was perfect timing. I guess I'll use my band-aid then.
I'm out of heals for myself, by the way, so that's fun. Oh, hi, Brusha. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. I was so thirsty. My phone's gonna die soon, by the way, so if that
Oh,
does
no.
happen, you know why I'm not in the VC no more.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
Oh no,
2,
oh no.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
I can't heal you.
Ah! Ah! Oh my god.
Stay alive for 13 more seconds. Oh my god, they're all on me.
I'm
Oh, there we
sorry.
go. I don't need my tapes no more, I guess, from them, so... Scraps, no. Oh my god. Oh my lord, have mercy, my soul. I'm just trying to do my machine. Scraps! Fuck off!
I'm sorry.
It's fine, it's not your fault. It's just because Scraps does that tell thing.
7, 8, 9, 10,
I'm out your hair now.
11, 12. Fuck it, I am
Why
just
are they
going
all
to
at the machine
leave
that I was working
them.
on?
I'm going to leave them. Since you already have
Yeah.
your tapes, I'm going to leave them.
Yep. Yep.
She's so adorable. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh no. Stone disconnected.
No!
No.
This is sad.
Sad times when Stone disconnects.
I might be. What the fuck? What is up with this guy in there? In the whole thing?
Because you're cleaning and playing at the same
Trumpo's
time.
here.
Huh? Who else is here?
Trento, I don't know who else. You're gonna have to look.
No. Who else did you say was here?
Shrimpo?
Okay, good.
Oh,
I
and
thought you
Yada.
said Goob.
No. Shrimpo, Tegan, Yada, that's all I know so
I'm gonna
far.
take this medkit.
I'm Tisha's here also, by the way.
I can't see shit.
Oh, I found Shrimpo. He's walking towards Ollie. Oh,
I got
right there.
I got
Oh,
them.
shit. Shrimpo, get off me.
Got him.
Thank you.
I'm so fresh, you could suck my nuts. I'm so
Fuck's sake.
I think you failed a skill check.
I didn't feel that. Shut up.
You're in the car.
Oh, they're all over there, where
Oof.
I'm over. 3 machines over here.
I'm so fresh, you could suck my nuts. I'm so fresh, you could suck my nuts. I'm so fresh, you could suck. I'm so fresh, you could suck. Do 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 do. Get to
Well, I
the
got all the
elevator when
machines
you're
that are over
done.
here. Damn, I'm on last.
PM double. Where?
Block.
Where? At
At
broken?
broken.
Okay, I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Doink you. Oh shit!
Oh, for the love of God, mate.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Russia's got, like... Roger, yeah. I think Eclipse opened up Roger, and both Astro and I were trying to dodge. I didn't end up dodging.
6-7.
6-7.
What the fuck?
6-7.
What?
6-7. Oh my god. 6-7.
Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my shit.
6-7.
Shut the fuck up.
Damn.
What is happening?
Hi, Cosmo.
Block's here. Hey, at least this one's
Hey,
stationary.
Rebecca's here.
Band-aid.
I have no inventory space.
Okay, I'll take it then, because I have no heals.
Alright. Roger's here too. I thought that Shelly plush was Goob for a second.
No, that one's crazy.
Block's like literally in the way. Bro, dude, why would you walk past me like that instead of going around in a circle?
Who knows?
Hi, Blot. It's Blot! It's a good Blot, not the bad Blot! The bad Blot
Literally.
is literally the Blot that, like, was like, I diss. You didn't say we were gonna diss.
Literally.
There's a tape over my Blot. Sprout!
Brusha's currently helping me out with machines.
Sprout! There's a tape by Blot.
Okay, well, I thought I picked it up. I'll go grab it after this machine.
Alright. There's also, like, 2 tapes in the, room next to Broken.
Okay.
Hi, Blot's hand! I'm hoping nobody's in here. Shit! Eclipse is in here! Eclipse is, in fact, in here with Scraps. Why are Eclipse and Scraps in here? Why is Scraps in there? Oh, gosh. Mom, am I adopted? Yes. Oh.
Not the Tommy Innit quote.
Get quoted by Tommy in it. Moral of the story, I got mini Oreos. Ooh, nice. What? What did they say?
Where's Brusha looking at me? Where's Brusha looking at me? Why are you looking at me? What did I do? I'm scared.
Sniff. You smell like rot. Oh! Oh my god! Medical kit and band-aid! Why did I say its full name?
I don't know. Do you want healed? Probably not.
No. Can someone take the other... Oh, wait. Shit. The only other person playing is Astro. I'll take the band-aid. As a emergency.
Scraps, for the love of God, come here so I can grab the other twisted.
Oh my god, I just accidentally gave Brusha a Poppy.
Scraps! Why do you have lower stealth than me?
distract Pebble by the Ellie.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you, Astro.
Scraps. Scraps is dead. I don't know how to help Scraps. I'm also almost about dead, so that's great. I'm trying to help Scraps, by the way, mind you. Oh my gosh, I can't heal anyone. For fuck's sake.
Dude, Eclipse fucking died.
I'm surprised it wasn't Scraps. Oh, there goes Scraps. I think the rest of us can handle them being on the loot, except for Pebble, so you should be fine.
Okay. Thank you. This map sucks for distracting Pebble. This map sucks for distracting Pebble.
Hi, Rebecca.
Can I have some stamina? Dude, I'm getting low. I'm getting real low. Thank you!
I'm working on number 9 and number 10 is like in the same room. It's just fine. Okay, get ready to run. To just straight run to elevator.
Okay.
Forget the other twisted.
Pebble is at Ellie. Okay.
Well, I got the thing for it, I guess. I got his tapes. Whatever. Damn, it would have been nice if he had a band-aid.
Don't look at me.
I'll heal you, don't worry.
Don't look at me.
Oh no, Astra's lagging. We're starting to.
Don't look at me.
I'm surprised my laptop isn't starting to lag, I'm gonna be honest. Like, can you stop moving?
I had a band-aid.
Oh well, too bad, too late. Oh, hi Rebecca.
Goop's here
Buck, right next to the
Gimme.
machine, by the way.
though. Alright.
I'm picking up random items so I can just give them to Gordy. Because I won't be using
Goop
them
will
at this
pull
point.
next time he sees someone. Just beware.
Yeah.
Astro, watch out. Where's the box?
Try next to, it's on the lower level, it's just next to a machine.
Okay, got it.
Okay, I'm gonna go deal with Gordy.
Okay.
Because he's already halfway aggro.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
No. Well, I guess Brusha did my machine.
3,
Whatever, I guess.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3,
I'm gonna
4,
heal you.
5, yeah, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Oh my god.
10. Thank you. 3,
Yep.
4, 5, 6, 7,
Just letting you know I'm out of tapes.
8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Just letting you know I'm on
8,
last.
9, 10. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna lose Goob and make my way to good.
Machine's about to pop. Be careful. I'm
Alright.
also talking to Brusha because Brusha's near me. Brusha, you better run. Ugh! Goop touched me.
And the card tapes and first aid.
Damn.
Damn, that's wild. Tapes and first aid. I watched him do things to you. Oh, V's here.
Oh my
This brush has honestly been pretty good.
Yeah. Jelly, blackout, Rook.
Oh, Shelly too. It's Shell Vision. Holy shit! It's Shell Vision.
Oh, and V's here?
Yeah, it's V and Shelly.
Already knew Shelly was here. I could see the confusion.
Gotta try to find V. Thank you, Astro. Got her.
I love how there's a band-aid on the floor.
There's also a bottle of pop on the floor.
God damn it. It's always when I die.
Yeah.
Oh well.
R.I.P. that Salem. Hey.
You know, at least I got pretty far. That's all that matters to me, I guess.
Yeah, we got to floor 20.
Kind of sad about not getting eclipsed a single time, but you know, whatever.
What?
Dude, we didn't get an eclipse a single time this whole entire thing.
Literally. Yeah, I got her like twice in one run, and that finished my research on her. You heard footsteps but didn't know if it was Shelly or Sprout. Oof. Yeah, it's Shelly and V. I guess their footsteps together kind of make Sprout's footsteps.
Yeah.
Have you listened to the new song?
Yeah, I have.
Did you hear Dial's theme inside of it?
Dude, I wasn't really paying attention. I was just more listening to the lyrics.
Honestly, I really liked it. I honestly really liked it. I loved it.
Yeah.
You can play now? Oh. 69.
Dude, I'm so sad. I was on character AI because I make bots sometimes. One of mine got taken down.
Oh.
It wasn't even bad. It wasn't even a bad bot. That's the sad thing. Like, they get rid of the good bots, but they keep the ones that are, like, not safe for work. I'm just like, hello?
Bro's out here making
How does that make sense?
NSFW bots. Damn.
No, character
Holy
AI
shit, I
literally-
can't see.
Like, literally, some people on character AI are, and then I'm keeping it family friendly. Oh my god. We're suffering. Oh my god, Bro's on there.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Rush is on last machine. It's a treadmill. It's almost done.
Get the fuck away from that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, and he's pissed off now, too.
Rip.
We're just staring at him like...
About time! About time one of y'all bought my goddamn fucking stuff. That's probably what he's thinking.
Oh, come on. Not again.
Rip.
And Sprout?
Yeah, you know, I thought I would just stop and say hi, see how you were doing.
Oh, it's
Hi,
Astro. Is it all three of them?
That'd be interesting. I see Shrimpo. You latched. Yeah, I accidentally latched Rebecca onto Astro.
You bitch! Get the fuck away from him! Jesus!
Rebecca really liked Astro.
Literally.
Being all clingy towards him.
Shrimpo! Oh shit, I didn't have Shrimpo on me.
POV Shrimpo's just a little bitch.
He's a little bitch boy. I'm driving in my car, guys. I'm driving in my car, guys. I'm driving. Honestly, I'm kind of tired right now. There's a slight chance that I might do like one more run after this, but then I might go to like take a nap or something.
Yeah.
Right after a beer. Driving in my car right after a beer. Hey, that truck.
Hey, that bonefish shaped
Hey, that
like
truck.
a deer.
Why, how about you die 100 miles an hour? Little did did you know? Hey, that bump looks just like a Rebecca.
Hey, that bump is shaped like Rebecca.
Rebecca. DUI, how about you die? I'll go 100 miles an hour. Little do you know, I filled up on gas. I'ma kick your motherfucking ass. Volvo runs this truck with my this fuck with my Bergen truck. I think you're out of luck, truck. I think I just zoned the fuck out. Where are y'all? Oh, hey guys. What's up? Gonna do this floor blindfolded, basically. Not full vision. Cause it's knitted. And all you see is like through there. I dropped my hat. Oh my god, it's Child.
Oh my god, it's Dean Brat. Crazy.
I'm gonna grab both of them, don't mind me.
And bro's dead. My god. That was a tragic way to die. That was crazy.
That was gore. That was gore of my favorite character. Dude, I think Russia just left after that.
I think so.
I think Russia left right after I died.
That's crazy.
We're just like, oh shit, they died. We out.
Wild work.
Oopsies. Oopsie daisies. I fucked up just a little bit.
Who's murdered Drone's cat on my friends list? What the hell? Who are you? Who are
This
you?
is why your family hates you.
Huh? What did I do?
I don't even know.
Damn, bro's hating on me for no reason.
One of these people in this chat was like, this is why you have nothing to live for. This is why your family hates you. Oh my
Damn.
god. What the fuck?
I'm in a server with people speaking a different language. I don't speak Russian.
I'm lagging, I guess, because this is literally what my character. Oh.
God.
We need 3+
Sign
stealth
of lag.
tunes. Oh my god, bro's red! Bro's fucking red! Close enough. Dude, that was a tragic way for me to die, though. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. I wanna be in the room where it happened, the room where it happened. What a sad generation of attention seekers. What? What do you mean attention seekers? You're an attention seeker, ho. Anyways, be a shrimper? What? Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot. Get in.
ABC for Shrimpo Army.
Oh god, that's hilarious. That's hilarious and scary. Cause I got literally like before I started stream, I literally got chased by like 100 shrimpos. It was so many shrimpos. I'm 200 away from being able to get Gordy because I bought some. Why are you built like that? Why are your oh wait, all of our feet are on the floor. Me? How dare thou? Look like a busted up radiator? Oh my gosh. Well, I guess you're a busted up radiator now. I'm leaving. Oh my gosh. Wait, I'm sorry. We need to find out where they went. Where did they go? Where did they go?
Oh, they're at the shell-elevator.
They're at the shell-elevator? Dude, what are they doing? They're there. They're there. They're there. You're not a busted up radiator. Let's go back to the room where it happened.
Oh my god.
Why is Dave Strider there? What the fuck?
I'm sorry, that was funny as hell. I had to do it. I had to do it for the bit.
I'm gonna get some more drink real quick because I drank all of my stuff. It's good, honestly. You have like a minute delay. Oh my gosh, refresh. Like refresh. Just that's yes. Oh yes, refresh. But yeah. Is Pedal awake? Nope. Pedal sleep. Hold up, I'm gonna make a... Y'all, I'm gonna make a bagel as well. Hold up. I'm making a bagel. Hold up. Your boy hungry. "1% on call because you were checking up into a hotel on Dandy'sville." Oh, damn. Time zones. Hello. Y'all wanna put on a little play? Damn. Y'all should put on a play, entertain other chat. Entertain chat members. Chat members entertain themselves by putting on a play in the room where it happened. So while I make a bagel, you know, cause bagel. Y'all, put on a play. I'm watching you. We got the goods. we got we got a we got a pumpkin spice bagel. We got a pumpkin spice bagel. Hold on, let me get a headphone in. So we got pumpkin spice bagel with pumpkin spice cream cheese. But also, we got a pumpkin spice bagel with pumpkin spice cream cheese with pumpkin spice whipped cream. Okay, That's actually pretty good. Bro with the pumpkin spice, yeah. But can you blame me? Pumpkin spice is good. Not too much. Bro's like, is it friends only? We're not even a run yet, bro. You wanna gamble? Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's the pumpkin spice with the pumpkin spice with the pumpkin spice. Not a run. Literally not a run yet. The Cosmo is randomly. These Cosmos are randomly joining. This Louie and Cosmo are just staring at us all.
I forgot to unmute. I was muted the whole
Yeah,
time.
I was wondering why you're muted.
I was bullying Astra. I was starting a phone church at first, and I started bullying Astra.
You were bullying Astro. What were you
I mean,
saying?
I would never. I would never.
How do you like my pumpkin spice bagel with the pumpkin spice
I'm
cream
not
cheese?
looking at your stream, let alone Discord, mate. Listen, you should buy me a pumpkin spice latte from Starbucks.
I don't have your address anymore.
You do have my address! Bro's lying. Bro has my address. Want a minute? I know you have my address! Like, I know you have my address, mate. I know you do. Oh, my family's home.
What?
My family's home.
Oh my gosh, what are they doing?
Welcome back!
Like a pumpkin spice latte?
Or whatever kind of pumpkin spice drink they got. I don't know what they have. I don't do Starbucks. Man. I don't know.
Ew.
I just know they have a pumpkin spice drink every freaking October, November for fall. Am I a good sprout? I think it's a little hair sweep. I still like the other one too.
The what?
Oh, my back. I'm sad I haven't been able to grind this game as much as I did with the other events because I've been feeling icky.
Dude, I'm almost done with grinding these events, bro. I'm lucky. I'm like, luckily.
Dude, you didn't even get to do the stupid Christmas event.
Or the Easter one.
Yeah, or the Easter one. So at least you get to do this one while I can't really do it.
Right. Do you like avocado?
I mean, I don't mind avocado. It's avocado in it. And like, if you put it like in a drink kind of sense, no. I like guacamole though. Guacamole, good.
Are you good with spicy stuff?
I don't do spicy stuff,
Okay.
and I'm not really allowed to have it at the moment. I'm supposed to be avoiding it.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'm supposed to be avoiding spicy foods.
Do you like a bacon, egg, and Gouda sandwich?
I don't
I
even know
ate
what
the
that
bagel, okay? Let's go! Let's go to the Sproutivator. What?
I don't even. I don't know. You said it was like egg or something, right? I mean, it's
Uh,
fine.
bacon, Gouda, and egg.
You said Gouda. I don't even know what that is.
It's like a Gouda cheese. It's Gouda cheese.
Never heard of it.
What about potato, cheddar, and chive bites?
Okay, hold on. I'll have to turn you up. People are loud in my own. What are you saying?
What about potato, cheddar, and chive bites?
I never had chive.
They're just basically like diced green onions. They're quite literally
Oh.
green onions, yeah.
Oh. Well, I don't mind that actually. It sounds pretty okay, right? Again, I'm just gonna buy everything that I could. Why? Because I'm stupidly rich with Icaru. Me with my 83k.
Literally.
I have 83,246 Icaru. Oh my god. Bro's eating candy? Nice. What kind you got? Kind. If it's not my favorite, I don't want to talk to you again.
Damn.
I gotta know the candy. I gotta know the candy. Bro got tagged. Oh my god. That's
Hi,
funny as
Cosmo.
hell.
Boink. I got boinked by Cosmo. And
Ooh,
mini
mini
Oreos.
Sounds good. Sylvester's here, by the way.
Alright. Ooh. Don't mind if I do.
Bro's popping off already with a Bach.
Where is Sylvester?
I have no idea. Oh, never mind. I got him, Astro. It's okay. I'll bring him
shit.
to you. Where are you at? Oh, bruh.
Going to
I can't even
Broken.
show you. Come on, Sylvester. We gotta go on walkies.
Not
There you go.
anymore. When Mama was alive.
When Mom was alive, we lived halfway normal. Now it's just me and my dad. We're less formal. I learned to get pasta. I learned to pay rent. Learned that the world doesn't owe you a cent. You're planning your future.
I'm gonna
Veronica's
grab this
lawyer.
pumpkin real quick.
We'll go to some college and marry a lawyer.
Oh shit, I lost them both. I'm so sorry.
Oh, well, it's alright.
I was not paying any attention at all.
It's okay. Yes. Bro's trying to summon the chocolate god. 2 chocolates and does not watch.
Actually, I'm just gonna get you the pumpkin spice.
Why does my mom want my TikTok name?
What?
Why does my mom want? Why? I don't even know my TikTok name. I have to go to TikTok for it.
Oh my gosh, it's the shrimp tea ship name.
Crazy. Why is my mom on my TikTok? That I don't really even post on. Literally, you haven't seen me post on it in ages.
Dude, it says like 410 to 420, and I'm sitting here like it's 4:54 right now.
Damn. I'm so confused. Why does my mom want my TikTok?
I don't know.
I don't either. I'm a little concerned.
Also, earlier, did any of you guys say thank you, Ko-Fi Bot? Did you guys thank the Ko-Fi Bot?
Oh, thank you, Ko-Fi Bot. I'm not even.
This
on
is a
Twitch
late
right
thank you, Ko-Fi Bot.
now.
Damn. Oh hell yeah, suppression.
Oh god. I don't even know my TikTok. Sid, do you know my TikTok?
Lure Meow? I don't know how that's how you spell.
Well,
I
that's
don't
just
know
her
how that's how
name.
you. Yeah.
I'll just give it to her anyways.
It's like a
I
lollipop.
think the user is like just an artist, right?
A dum dum? Or a sugar daddy? Or sugar baby?
Huh? What are you calling it sugar daddy? You said what the
No,
fuck?
the candy. It's like a caramel candy. It's the one that like can rip your teeth out. Yes, I was right. Because I think the sugar daddy is the actual lollipop one, and the sugar babies are the Oh hey, it's Circus Duo.
Why is everyone trying to add me on TikTok? What the fuck? Why is everyone
And the
trying to add
tiny
me on
ones are
TikTok?
sugar babies. I used to eat the sugar babies, and like I think one of them like
Bros eating
almost.
babies.
What?
Bros eating babies. This is crazy.
Oh my god, I'm a baby eater.
Apparently, you said that you eat sugar babies.
Have you not tried sugar daddies?
No, I haven't tried even any of. I don't even know what those. This is a new concept to me, Sid.
Do you like caramel?
Yeah, I love caramel and butterscotch. I like caramel and butterscotch a lot. Why is my mom trying to add me on TikTok? What thing is happening on my TikTok? I haven't even changed the profile in ages, despite it saying constantly changing profile pictures. I haven't touched it.
If the store had them.
My mom's trying to start a streak bet with me. Goddamn.
Oh my gosh.
Imagine.
Come here, Louie. Yeah, it's like a block of caramel. They're honestly pretty good, but you just try not to really bite down on them because they can, like, get stuck to your teeth.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. Like, I look down and it's just like the scrub mommy staring at me.
Wow, look at that. My mom followed me on TikTok.
Oh my gosh.
Oh god.
My mom followed me. So, in your sense, it's not as concerning. In my sense, it's horrifying.
Yeah.
Because she's literally tried to kidnap me before multiple times whenever I was a kid.
Damn.
Oh yeah, it's wild lore. Excuse me? Yeah, I have some wild lore.
Thank you, Astro.
Dang, I didn't get the stamina.
Rip.
Damn, not even siding with your distractor?
Oh, sorry, my bad. Not my bad. There, it's a three-way tie.
It's a three-way tie. Who wins? Aw.
Nope, not even you.
When mom was alive.
You're
You're getting tech savvy. I don't want to be no tech savvy.
Oh my god, I love this lobby.
Oh my gosh, we're at floor 5 already.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
Sid, do your damn
gosh.
job. I'm messing with you.
I am doing my job.
Do it better! I'm joking.
Damn, just
Not
because
picking
I'm
up every little
texting and driving.
I see.
Oh, I just lagged.
Brock's gonna have diabetes at the end of this.
Just because I'm texting and driving doesn't mean I'm doing anything stupid.
I don't think you should be doing that regardless.
Apparently it's legal for, like, Oklahomans to text and drive, and I found that out, and I was like, what the fuck?
Nah, that's just
Because
gonna
they
cause a lot of
literally
accidents.
just, like, put out a law now where where it's now illegal to text and drive in school and in construction zones. Just those. Not in general, but just those two. Yeah.
Mm-mm. That one's wild work.
Yeah, that's wild.
Are you on 1 HP right now?
Maybe.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
I was wondering how long it would take for you to notice.
I see the broken heart and I'm like, wait a minute.
I just want to be noticed. I didn't listen to that, honestly. Why is my Spotify not playing? I don't know why.
1 HP!
What?
How long have you been on 1 HP?
This whole floor.
Oh my god. Sid, what the fuck?
This whole floor.
God damn it.
This whole
What are
floor.
you telling me?
Scared the shit out of me.
Jump scared.
Play on my fucking computer, not my phone. Yeah, I gotta find Troopa. Oh, it's the child.
Rip.
I'm gonna grab that other pumpkin and try to find Troopo.
Oh my god! Hi, Shrimpo.
Stop playing on my phone! Stop playing on my phone! Oh my god! Just wanted to listen to the song, man. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. That Astro skin is kind of creepy.
I don't like it.
I don't know. It doesn't.
I called him the Eclipse from the Sun and Moon show.
Oops.
Oh my god. Demon Child though, I don't have stamina. Back off.
It is kind of creepy. It's spooky. Hey,
Yeah, just a
by the
little
way.
Okay, I'm almost done. Just run to the alley.
Okay. Yeah, by the way, just so you know, I'm on 1 again.
I know you're on 1. I'll heal you at the elevator.
I'm on 1 again. I'm on 1 HP. Thank you. I'm not dying
There, now you're
anymore.
on 2.
Thank you. Oh, his little things are red. Okay.
Yeah.
Spotify. 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 Oh my god, my computer. My PC.
Bro's not even voting for Well Pace, and Bro wanted Well Pace. Gang, I think we should vote
I literally
for
just
something
fucking
Fuck
stop
you.
playing. Hey, so remember the Goob made dress drawing you did? I did indeed said it's now your wait, is it on Discord or Twitch? Because if it was Discord, I would have seen it. But if it was not Discord, I didn't see it. Oh, hi, Astro. Wait, why are you not watching the live?
Rip. Oh, wait. I got spotted? Oh, shit. Ugh. Louie, come take Louie!
I'm taking myself, Jesus. Oh, on Twitch. Oh, dang. You would get live updates if you were on the Discord. Is it finally gonna play on my computer?
Yeah.
It is! Yippee! What the fuck? Dude, the fucking DoorDasher literally was like, I'm on my way with your order, and then send out like a meme photo.
Nah, what?
Oh,
Ow.
sorry. If you look at my stream, you can see the fucking photo they sent. They sent
Hold
this
on.
fucking photo.
I'm gonna go on
They sent this fucking photo. Oh my god.
Wait, whoa! Is it going to your place?
No, it's going to yours.
Oh shit. Dude, why did
Oh
they send that? Hold on. Okay, I'm looking. What the fuck?
I'm on my way with your order.
That's
That's
crazy.
hilarious. That's actually hilarious. Obsidian, your
my God.
dasher's on the way.
Let me know when they're like close to my house so I can at least go AFK and auto walk.
Okay, there's a med kit.
Going. Don't worry, I'll keep healing you. Oh shit, Boxton's right there.
Oh shit!
I got jump scared by fucking Boxton. Here you go. Here's your basic ass twisted.
Dude, we have both the both the starters.
Yeah, that's the funny part.
There's 2 tapes over here at the broken and a stamina and a stamina candy.
Fuck yeah, stamina
To
candy.
be noticed.
Someone's gonna question me like, why the fuck? Be like, how the hell did you get DoorDash? I'm like, friend did it for me.
You said you wanted a pumpkin spice latte and it's payday today.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you, by the way. Oh wait, I should probably text my mom and be like, Mom, my friend
My friend got me DoorDash.
Oh god. I spelled DoorDash wrong.
DoorDash.
Yeah.
Did you actually spell like that?
No, I just spelled it wrong.
Man, I thought I'm gonna be honest. When I was like little, the music was a lot better. I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, for what?
For I Just Want to Be Noticed. Just wanted to notice. I just want everyone to know. But now my heart is dark. My bite is worse than my bark.
What's your was right now?
Just
Damn.
wanna... What?
You know, I think we should do. No, we're not doing that. Screw you.
Oh, we could get it done early.
No, Sid. My DoorDash order.
I'm gonna kill everyone. Very funny, scary thing. I was distracting as Gordy, but on floor 17, Astro was invisible with no sound keys and no... You got hit by him and tried to find him again and ran into him. Oh gosh. Or just like, Oh, we did it!
Save that. At least get that one primed.
I probably shouldn't walk right towards Daniel.
Yeah, that'd be smart. Oh yeah, I didn't realize this, but you can get eclipse style.
Oh yeah, you can. As long as it's on like a floor like with like 15, 5. What's the earliest you can get the dial floor anyways? Hey Dial, it would be pretty nice if you didn't go that way. Hey Dial, it would be pretty nice if you didn't go that way. Oh fuck.
But yeah, you can get dial on like puppy move. Oh, sorry, Astro. Right, actually, you know, I'll take them.
Get your ass over here.
Grab them.
I need to get hit.
Oh shit.
I used my med kit.
Of course you did.
It'd be kind of cool if there was a floor that you had to do, but you could not sprint.
That'd be interesting.
But all the Twisteds did have like a slower effect put to them. That would be cool.
I don't like that Eclipse also notifies freaking dial. That's kind of horrifying.
That's hilarious. Because even Gordy can spawn on his floor now.
What? Oh, that's
yeah, if
horrendous.
it's like a Halloween floor, like he can spawn.
Oh, that's horrendous. I don't like that. Oh, hi, dial.
On dial floor scares me so much. You gotta lock the fuck in. Someone's chasing. So Dial's chasing someone.
Yeah, that was Roger. Roger hid. We're good.
Okay.
He's a little bit aggroed though, so be careful.
I just want to notice. You just realized you had the worst luck in Dandy's world? Oof. I mean, not really the worst, because you did end up getting in a run with me, and we got pretty high up. So I think that was good luck. I hear him oh, that's where he's coming from. Oh my god, he's coming.
Oh, I stepped in an illness puddle. Oh no.
Oh no.
I'm on a dial machine. This ain't good.
You're on a dial machine?
I failed my skill check. My bad. did!
That wasn't me!
Wait, that wasn't you? Who was it?
I think it
Who
was
died?
Roger. I think Roger died.
Alpha Roger.
Roger died.
Don't call him Alpha Roger.
Poppy, get your ass over here. Shit, I can't come up. I can't go there.
Oh my god. Hi, Dial. Oh, why is he walking towards me?
I
Forward,
have
turn
an
around.
air horn, so I can do an emergency save if you need me to.
Oh, for fuck's sake, who's calling me? Oh, it's Poppy.
Run. Someone failed. Someone failed. Someone failed. Someone failed. Don't you dare see me!
This is how it works.
At least we're doing it early before he can...
Oh my god! Where did he come from?
Who did he kill?
Me.
Oh.
Bro touched me. I got touched.
Astro,
I'm
watch
gonna go to
out,
my
he's on his
store. I'm
way.
taking you with me. I'll like, you know.
Okay.
I
Let
was
me know
super
how you
expecting-
like your pumpkin spice latte.
Ugh. Yeah, whenever they show up.
Just be like, I like the meme, dude. His name's Lance.
Mama, how is it going?
This is funny. What's up?
I texted you about the DoorDash. Front door.
Oh.
Oh no, I'm on one.
Oh my god, good. I can't even
Oh!
I'm dead.
No!
Again.
Oh god!
Very friend suffering. A pumpkin spice latte from Starbucks.
Someone died because of me.
We have friends who do that.
Someone died because of me. Someone died because of me. Oh god, I killed someone. Oh god. Oh no. I killed someone because of me. I panicked. Cosmo died. Wait, did we have a Cosmo?
We had a Cosmo? We didn't have a Cosmo.
We didn't have a Cosmo. Oh god, I murdered Astro.
That's tragic.
Oh god. I feel awful. I am so sorry.
Double check.
Oopsies. Bro, it looks like he is outside your house. I think he is approaching.
Like, I almost tripped and died.
Dial, get away from me.
Dad, get back.
Hi.
Echo.
I think the two of us may be the only ones alive.
There you go.
Your DoorDash was dropped off.
Thank you, Sid.
Roger's like scared. Oh god. No, I'm not. I'm not okay. I can hear you opening it. sounds like I can hear you opening it. You fucker! Get away from me.
Mom!
Sorry.
You didn't find any men. Of course you
It's
would.
nice and crunchy,
Of course
yeah.
I would.
Of course you would.
It's crunchy, it's
No,
nice and
not
crunchy.
that one.
Stop that.
No, not that one. No, not that one. No, not that one. That one is, yes. That one's definitely.
Oh, there's
That
only
one,
3 of
yeah.
us alive. I didn't realize Eclipse was alive. There's so many machines that are like halfway finished.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Well, don't die.
Yes.
Mom's dying.
Yes. They good looking.
The Roger death was the scariest. Oh gosh. Are you okay?
My mom's watching TikTok.
All I heard was da, 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 da.
I knew that one.
Why would I want to? Oh. I don't think that would work, but sure.
It does.
Is it
It actually
good?
does.
It's not bad. It's
It's
kind of
not-
wonky, but.
Oh. Well, it's a pumpkin spice
You think
latte.
it'd be called pumpkin spice? It tastes like pumpkin spice. All I taste is coffee. I hate that.
When did you get coffee?
My friend.
Her friend door dashed it.
Oh, Mark? Can you pass me my charger, Mom?
Don't do it.
Please, thank you.
I mean the one that I was connected to.
Yeah. Ouch.
Oh, don't die, Mom.
Villager news mentioned.
Oh,
All
what?
I hear is Funky Town on repeat.
Oh. I was gonna start dinner at about 5.
Won't you take me to Funky Town? Get to the elevator. Get in. Get in the elevator. I pissed him off at the last second. We have more stam, but at what cost? We have more stamina, but at what cost? The cost of the death
Yeah, you lost
of
like
our friends.
half your men.
We did. We lost all of our friends. Half our team died.
Oh, that's better.
What'd
What I
you
did
do?
was added some of my own creamer to it.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was Hershey's chocolate caramel.
Well, this is the time where we
That made it more bearable. Ugh. I hurt my tongue.
we need to see Eclipse's stamina with water cooler and the other stamina trinket. Is there another
That'd be
stamina
crazy.
trinket? We need to see Eclipse in a blackout with the stamina. Yeah. Y'all want to restart and try that? Would you take me to Funky Town? Okay. Where are y'all? Where are y'all at? Funky Town. Do 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 do. Funky
I'm
Town.
gonna be honest, I shouldn't be having coffee, but it's okay.
Oh. Goobs. Goob is here?
Bruh.
Goob's here? What?
My laptop's going to
Hey, guess what?
overheat.
Wait, are you watching stream?
No.
No, you Ace of Spades. Are you watching stream? Spin if you're watching stream.
I don't think they are, mate.
He's a loser. Watch stream.
Nah.
I gotta be
that's
like,
wild.
watch stream.
Trinket. Why is this happening?
I'm watching him do this machine. Unmatched efficiency. Oh, Goob's trinket. Okay, so we need to have 8 people survive with Goob's trinket as the eclipse and water cooler. And we need to get blackout. And dial. We need to get dial and a blackout.
Dial and a blackout? That sounds like horrendous.
Not at once. Not all at once. Not all at once. Well, time to die. Oh, come on. There I go. Oh my gosh, I died to Rebecca.
Oh my god, I think Eclipse is also dying to Rebecca. This is crazy.
I think we
Rebecca's
both died to
OP.
Rebecca.
Rebecca's OP, man.
Oh my god, Rebecca is OP. Damn, how many?
Everyone's dying to Rebecca.
We're all dying to Rebecca.
Oh
Okay,
my
I am
God.
returning to lobby. Dude, why is my hair doing? My hair is getting way too long. Oh my gosh. Like, I need to, like, just cut it again.
Dude, when I was trying to get my DoorDash, my dog kept trying to bolt out the door.
Huh?
My dog kept trying to bolt out the door every time I tried opening it. She would
Oh.
try leaving my house when I
Oh,
was getting
damn.
the DoorDash. Wait, am I in your lobby? No, I'm not.
Ugh, I can't believe you're not in my lobby.
I thought I was!
Ugh, can't believe that.
Okay, well, it's not my fault, okay?
It is your fault.
No, it's not. What the hell? Why is Roblox breaking on me?
I don't know.
Oh my god. Dang. Roblox is dying on me.
Oh no.
What
Yeah.
have I
Yeah.
done today?
We need another person. We need like 2 people at least. We need 2 people. Is this Rudy with us? I cannot see his name tag. This will be painful. Oh gosh. You need to at least have a speed, like, oh yeah, not speed. You need to have water cooler and... Dude, you're gonna have so much stamina. Why is it position 15?
Oh my god, why
what?
is there why am I
What?
that I'm in line?
What?
Yeah. Oh, I'm 6th in line. Let's go. I got lower.
Can 6 people join?
Oh, there we go. I'm in.
Can 6... Oh. Okay. Hmm.
Can 6 people join? You mean can 6 people leave?
Okay, can 6 people leave? The lobby just got full. The lobby got full for some reason.
It literally did.
Okay, there's Eclipse.
Oh my god, I'm still loading in. That's how. Oh my god, my laptop. Whiz.
Okay, so we have 6 people.
I think I might switch from being Sprout.
Ah. Who isn't...
But I don't know.
Who else is a good player? You're a good...
Nah, not the Princess Shrimpo. You know what I have to say about
I'm
that?
gonna invite Alma. I'm gonna be like, Alma Kako, you need to join us. You need to join us.
Alma Keko's
You
live
need to
right
join
now.
us. What?
Alma Keko is live right now. He's on Twitch right now. He's live.
Oh,
Bro's streaming.
I don't know who these two are.
I don't know. I couldn't find Sprout for a second. Hold on, let me
Back
check
to
my trigger
what's
real
it's
quick.
called? Astro. Memory loss, am I right?
You know who else has memory loss? Me. I mean, I probably do. Look at my character. Look at Sprout.
Yeah, you got lobotomized. Cosmo lobotomized you, dude.
Yeah, I got lobotomized.
Yeah, you got
It's okay.
lobotomized.
It's okay.
Okay, so we have...
Did we ever get a Halloween code, by the way?
I don't think so. Let me ask. Not ask. Let me see the Bletch Crunch server real quick. Announcements.
What if I drew the lobotomy song cover in Sprout? Do it.
Gosh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's a code yet.
They usually make it. Paul usually makes it right away.
Right.
So I'm kind of surprised.
Michael, don't leave me here. Michael.
Why is there a random African?
I don't know who this Finn is.
Dude, maybe I shouldn't be drinking coffee. My chest kind of hurts now.
Uh-oh. I'm sorry.
It's all good. I'm just trying to
let's just immediately disperse. All game. Astronaut Gaming. Someone go sit on the
Move out
couch.
the way. Move, show.
Oh. Get off of my machine. I'm gonna smack the shit out of you. I'm gonna smack the shit out of you, bro.
Why is mine out of order?
Are any of the other, like, people that we know, available? Like, any of the good players that we know?
Hmm.
I'm trying to think.
Actually, I'm just gonna leave because I gotta let my computer cool down.
Oh.
It's just running like a goddamn, like it's an airplane right now.
Damn.
Yeah, I should. Yeah, I should let it cool down. I'm also
Just
still looking to get
inviting
some
indecisive.
rest as well.
Okay.
CMA.
You need to come too. Yeah, what? Huh? I got their trinkets. Well, I can actually leave Discord so it's not fucking up my thing anymore. If there's an invisible Astro again, I'll crash out. Oh gosh. Guess what? Vintage Shrimpo. Vintage Bobette. Oh gosh, they're like... Bro punched them! Bro punched them. Oh my gosh. Do y'all know any other good people that are probably on? Like, is Indecisive on? Is just Val on? No, I'm lonely. Alright, alright. I don't have friends, oh gosh! Oh gosh! Be like, hey, yo, you need to go. You need to go to Sid's stream, you need to watch. Sobs, I'm no. Oh, they're not at home. Just Val's not at home. Or not just Val. Shiny Dino. Sad times. Water cooler and goobs trinket. That's not how you spell trinket. There you go. To a dial floor and not two. Past a dial floor and into a blackout. Okay, right now we're still at 6. For Obsidian, yeah, because Gordy only has 1. Yeah, they're a test subject. Stone is a test subject. Yay! Indecisive is coming. We'll have 7 people then. Spurt. Probably, yeah, probably. Yeah, we'll definitely need a sprout. Oh no, we forgot to. Oh, we also need. Oh. Oh. Not stand cards. And like 3 boxes of chocolates. Yeah, I don't know why it's been doing that for my phone as well. It's been really weird. It's being really weird. Shush. Shush. You can go without the boxes. Dang. It would be fun. Yeah, it would be so funny. See just how much, like, stamina technically could you have? Just 3 boxes of chocolates, both stamina cards, the, oh. So we need 3 boxes of chocolates, both stamina cards, the dial floor, the water cooler, and Goob's trinket. And a blackout. Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot! Oh. Oh, and it kicked me out again. It's been weird. It's been really weird. They're coming back. They're coming back. They just need more storage. They just need more storage. Yeah. I'm gonna be right back. But if y'all want to start another play, y'all want to, like, do a play, y'all can. Alright, what happened while I was gone? Anything happened while I was gone? Where did some of our people go? Oh. Okay, there's... Freaky Gordy, huh? Hi! Hi, this is your first impression of me. We had to confront them? Oh my gosh. Are they still here? If they are, I'm concerned. What the fuck? Okay, they left. Okay. I'm gonna let... Ew. They called me a... Oh, it's Yumi. Ah! Hello. It's Yumi. Ah! Hi! Stop kicking. It literally does it for me. It's been kicking me out of stream as well. I don't know why. It's strange. It's very strange. Why is everyone staring at me? You should watch. Oh my god, it kicked me out again. Dang. Anyways. Okay, we have 2, 4, 6. We have 7 people. So if we... We need one more person. Yeah. Yeah, we'll definitely... One of the times I tried to say sugar daddy, I said male guardian. Oh my gosh! Okay. Oh, bro seems so sad about it. We need, one more person. We probably need a sprout. We need a sprout. But I can't say what? You just want to... Do you want to get out of the basement? They're like, indecisive, you need a change. Indecisive, you need a change. Oh my gosh. There's just this Yana watching, like... Wasn't able to say sugar daddy, so I tried as many alternatives before did charades. Don't be indecisive. Oh my gosh. Don't be indecisive, but you are indecisive, so what do we do now? I tried everything, bro. Bro literally was trying. Bro was trying so hard, and I was like, what? Are you talking about sugar daddies? You were looking at an art. Art. Yeah, like this. What if I just like, this paper tastes bad, actually. What piece of paper seems like it tastes good? This is y'all's art that you guys post in art and fan art, and this is me with your art. I had to. I'm not sorry. I had to do it. I'm waiting until the ad breaks up because there is an ad break in progress. Yes, subscribe to my YouTube channel. I'm scared because you haven't gotten yours yet. Your what? Oh, your ad. It says ad break in progress. It's about to end. Should we just go, see if this other eclipse is gonna follow? We're gonna go to the Astrovator. Ready, set, go. Go, 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 go. That's how you can tell there's a lot of delay between people. Oh wait, that's the Shellevator. That's the Spratovator. I think that was the right person. I think the right Roger joined. No! Toothpick? Dude, our players are gone. We need to restart. Our players are gone. We need to restart. Because 3 of the randos are gone. Or 3 other yeah. um... Okay. Let's just go back to the room where it happened, I guess. I guess we're gonna wait for their friend to come as well. Back to the room. Yeah. Oh my gosh, stoner. There's 2, 4, 6, and then we'll have 7. 6, 7. Yeah, we need to make like a party. What do you mean, no? You're gonna change into Astro and the Ellie? Oh, okay. I'm gonna see what the sign says now. More? There's gonna be more? Oh my god, it's next Friday. Oh my god, there's gonna be more. Oh, hell yeah. Circle, guys. We gotta make a circle. Bro, why am I so delayed? It was to the 6, 7. 6, 7. Let's make a circle, guys, so it doesn't circle. Yeah, circle. Why is there a clip? Wait, what's the clip of? I looked over and I see one clip. This is so la 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 la. We're besties. Filter by. Yummy. Oh god, someone clipped the me eating. That's probably gonna go to the TikTok. This is gonna go to the TikTok. This is going to the TikTok, by the way. You love it when people eat paper. I looked over and I see one clip. What do you mean one clip? Is this person in with us? Oh. Sorry, you guys must be... Hey, Knight, my bad for punching. Oh my gosh. So what should we do? Whoa, what was that voice crack? What should we do? What should we do first? Damn. Oh gosh. Stream keeps pausing for you? That's weird. It's like kicking me out too for some reason. I think Twitch is just being weird. I don't know. I think it might be Twitch being weird. Should we? I don't know. I'm trying to think of our strategy. Should we try doing the dial floor first? Or like waiting? Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, dial floor first? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, let's get it whenever we find it first. So that means that we need, like, to have tunes that don't have, like, 1-star extraction. Or, like, not extraction, skill check. That's what it is. I'm gonna try to find someone real quick. Are they in here, or... Wait, hey, hey. You're gonna join an experiment run? Oh my god, why are we making a train? Why are we actually lined up? I'm good. Oh, we gotta go. we go to sadly walk into the room where it happened again. Okay. my gosh. Okay. Oh my god, you're eating my tail? Oh gosh. We need one more person. Summon dial. Summon dial, yeah. Summon dial. We need a summon dial. I have a bad feeling about Blot. I'm scared. Yeah, Sherbo's just using me as a punching bag at this point. Oh my gosh. I am traumatized. This shit traumatized me. If you're last again. You will freaking crash the freak out. Oh my gosh. We're doing a swear counter for this run? What? You're not new, buddy? What do you mean you're not new, buddy? What do you mean you're not? Do you know this person? That's the Sylvester? Oh gosh. That's the Sylvester you immediately knew. You immediately clocked them. I have experience. We watched vids and played one run before. What vids? We're surrounding him. Maybe a knight of some kind? You can say I know he's a piss ball. Piss balls. Oh, but balls gets tagged. Piss ball. Hi, chat. Hi. Hi, Epic. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Cockmo? Huh? No, you actually have to say. Oh, that gets. Who's this Rosie Roar person? They're watching this line. Oh, you're Ace! Okay, okay. Yeah, we're doing an experiment run, by the way. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to get, like, this Eclipse right here with the water cooler and Goop's Trinket to... We're gonna do Dial's Floor, and then we're gonna do, like, both the stamina cards, and then we're also going to do, like, we're gonna try to get them to a blackout, just to see how much stamina we have. So we need 8 people. We need 8 good people. And it's going to be funny. It's going to be funny. But we gotta try to do this. So we're gonna do, like, Dial's card first. Okay. Is it the Jack? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, what? Oh yeah, is it Jack? I was like, wait, who's that? We got 8, but I don't know if Sylvester is included. Is Sylvester included? Oh. Technically, I don't think Sylvester's included. In the most instances. We have to, like, split off where half of us go one way and the other half goes the other. Yo, thank you for the follow. Damn, 99%. 99%. Episayaya. What? Oh, yeah. We can... Here, I'll be my first ever starter tune. I'm a distractor, guys. Don't mind me. I'm a distractor. Chat, turn into starter tunes. Not the train whistle on Damn Stone's freaky. Wait, what's going on? What's going on? You guys stay here. You guys stay here. That's not you. Where's Hyper? Wait, where's Hyper? What happened? What did you get into? What did you get into? Oh, they might have... No, Eclipse is still in here. He got followed by Boxton. They asked him what you were doing. There's 2, 4, 6... There's 7. 6, 7... We need one more person. Um... 6, 7. My chat's just going 6, 7 now. 6, 7. Because I said 6, 7. You know what? Epic and Yumi will personally boom you. Hey. Whoa. We need one more person. We need one more person. I'm just a baby. Shut up, bro, Chacho. Oh my gosh. I will be 67 years old one day. Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot. Everybody, you have to thank Ko-Fi Bot. You have to. Thank you. Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot. Where's the thank you, Ko-Fi Bot? Yes. 2 of y'all did it. And then Trimpo got tagged. This is super jolly. Yumi can't thank. Oh. What? You wanna join the game? To get Why is Roger's eye just going through the text? The text? He sees all. Tomatoes. Tomtoes. Let's go, to the Astrovator in the least way. But don't go in, but just stop in front, okay? Don't go in, just stop at front. You got silenced. Oh! Bro got silenced! The bell. It's the bell. It's the bell. Gotta get the bell. We gotta attack the bell. And about to join the same run. There's 2 force. We need 1 person. We need 1 more person. We need 1 more person. Yeah, it keeps on kicking me out too. I don't know why. Something is fishy. Yes, do that, please! Please! It will go onto the, wall. It'll go onto the wall of, like, the starting soon screen and the ending stream. Like, that one that you see right there, it'll go onto that one. That's the one that it'll go onto. It feels like I'm about to be a sacrifice for a summon. Are y'all trying to sacrifice me? Have them join. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. To the fishy cult. Something is really fishy, guys. It's very fishy. Oh, wait. Oh, no, don't punch me. Obsidoin. Obsidoin. Boxing with train whistle is so cursed and you don't know why. Oh, yes, I'm a new player, guys. I'm totally not getting sacrificed, guys. Think something may be fishy. Trying to punch me. They're literally trying to punch me. Yeah, new player with, I totally don't have almost all of the trinkets. I only have Poppy, you know? This is my only other tune. This is my only other tune. This is my only other, yeah. It's my only other tune, you know? Totally. Totally. Yeah, yeah. Yes, queen. Yeah. Chat, we are taking too long. I know. We need one more person. Let's just go in. Someone's ought to join us. Guys, get in. Get in. Get in. Get in. Damn, nobody else joined us. Okay, we gotta change. We gotta make sure that we don't forget to change our character back. We gotta make sure not to change our character back. Or, well, we have to change our characters. God damn it, no more fishy cult. Yeah, no more fishy cult. No, 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 no. Alright. Sorry, guys, I just don't wanna, you know. Okay. Oh gosh, Exon. Got Exon. So we'll have... So we're gonna have Astro, Gordy, V, Roger, Eclipse, and Roger. That seems like an okay team. It's an okay team. I mean, y'all get machines done pretty fast. Either way, so yeah. To speed her. How slow are you right now, though? Okay, you're not that you're not that slow. Okay, of course it's gotta be Toodles. I'm just gonna get hit here. Eclipse needs all the stamina. Wait, how much stamina do you have right now? I just heard a skill. You have 235. Damn! Holy shit. I don't know where Shrimpa went. Oh, Shrimpo! Oh, Shrimpo! Shrimpo, where are you? And in blackouts, yeah. That's our experiment we're doing right now. We're going to try to get... What? I'm trying to find Shrimpo. Oh, band? I have like a band and a... I have a band and... Oh, watch out, Eclipse. Oh my god, Shrimpo's all the way over there. Okay, just get to the elevator. Oh, we don't have a healer. Oh no, your keyboard. Oh hell yeah, I gotta extract. Well, time to restart, guys. We need to make a party real quick. Hold up. So that y'all that's not how you wait, yeah it is. Cause there's you can only have 5 people in a party. Ugh. I did not waste sticker. Oh gosh. Well, time to restart, I guess. Yep, perfect tune to restart to. Hell yeah. Time to restart. Oh hell yeah, I'm distracting Goop, guys. Oh shit, Gordy. I got skill check, hell yeah. Come on. Louie, you asshole. Oh, there we go. Just dead. Indecisive is doing machines party. While everybody's just fucking dying, there's indecisive. Couldn't forget about this machine. Couldn't forget about this machine. Okay. Now we gotta come back. Bro really said, couldn't forget about this one machine. Okay, we're getting our people in again. Whee! Into the room again, while we wait for my game to load. Okay, we got 4. Should you be a very old man? I don't know. Should you? Reminds me of what a historical event, Shelley. Yeah, what a historical event. Guys, train. Yeah, we gotta have train. We gotta have the train. Again. Ow! Well, I'm not a machine. Why are you trying to punch me? You're trying to punch me. Oh my gosh, it's my merch. Oh my gosh, guys, I have merch. Oh gosh. We also need a healer, guys. We need a healer. Where's Exon? You are Exon. I'm gonna see if this person can join us. I don't know where they are, though. You're not them. You're not them. We're literally train. Is this them? I got no clue. We're a fucking train. We're literally a train. Are they joining? This is how they join us now. This is literally how they join us now. Train. Line. The stream delay is bad. Oh gosh. Single file, guys. Single file. Single file. Alright. Alright, we need one person from stream. Not from stream. To help us. Elementary school online. Sir, sir, yes, sir. I volunteer as tribute, sir. I'm not from stream. Who are you? need a healer. This is amazing. We need a healer. Dang it. This is how you get viewers, guys. It's the same user on Twitch. We need one person. We need like one person. Hi stream. Everyone's like hi stream. This is more than 8 people. We just need 8 people. Okay, chat. You go into you guys wait at the elevator. Actually, you guys wait at the Astrovator. But like one on one. Not so. One at a time. So that's not suspicious. Oh my god. What an odd lobby. In an unintended way we did, yeah. You're odd. Oh my gosh. We're just gonna sneak our ways out. Did I start another train again? Did I start another actual train? Oh my god. This is very sneaky. Oh god, the train is coming. Get in, get in, get in. Shit, I'm not in, I'm not in. Okay, I'm in. I'm in, I'm in, I'm in, I am in, I am in, I am in. Who didn't get in? Did anybody not get in? From chat. Shit, like I don't think one person got in. I don't think one person got in. I think one person's missing. I think. Dang it! Yumi didn't get in. Oh. Oh no. I think Angel. Okay. Alright. I'm going to a private, because they have agreed. They have agreed. Let me get in real quick this way. Do 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 dun 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 dun. Okay. Join. Is it gonna join? Can I join my server, please? I would very much like to join. They're going in my server without even me joining yet. Except, yeah. Oh my god, I can't join my own server. I'm joining through a friend to get into my own server. Oh my gosh. Dude, can I join this? Can I fucking join my own server? I would like to join my server. Roblox encountered and inspected are... Okay. What's going on? Roblox is crashing? Oh my god, guys. Chat, Roblox just crashed. Roblox has crashed, guys. Roblox crashed. What do we even do? I need to like Alt F4 it real quick. Close the program. Yeah, close program, please. Have a mini Oreo to help with the pain. Dude, Roblox has crashed. Yeah, you guys can join my private without me in it. Roblox just crashed. Like, I shit you not, this is what I'm seeing. I tried to join my own private server and Roblox crashed. Like, Roblox fucking crashed. Guys, Roblox has crashed. Roblox is crashing. Oh, finally, I can reopen Roblox. Damn, why, whoa. Large. Okay. Join. Are we back? Okay, there's 7. Oh, indecisive is AFK. Going to get a snack. Dude, we're 1 away from 250. Holy shit, I just noticed that. Oh my god, the lag. Somebody follow! I think they're all following already. It's 250, 250, 250. You're gonna have 240 stamina if everyone joins. Holy shit. At that point, you could just distract. Old man makes old men. What? Huh? I'm concerned. I'm very concerned. Who is missing, though? I think Ace is missing. Oh my gosh. You're gonna say it in stream? Oh gosh. Oh, 150 plus 50 plus 40. Yeah, that's gonna be 240. Oh, you're watching. Oh, you're watching. We need 1 more person, meaning... Wait, I just noticed. So... We need someone with a blue name. 'Cause... On my phone, it goes red, orange, yellow. But 2 of y'all are yellow. 2 of y'all are piss colored. wonder if, they were literally just in chat, too. Are you still in chat? I wonder if they're still in chat. Unless if they're getting on. Who's playing Horse Life? Why are they both playing Horse Life? I have a lot of friends. I have a lot of friends. Holy shit. Two of y'all are pissed. Type in chat. Just type in stream chat. On this, it's absent fluid and stone 718182738193938. You have 400 friends? Damn. $400? I only have like, I think just over 100, but I don't go around. Yeah. For me, a lot of the people that I friend, I at least get to floor 22 with. So like, I get at least to floor 20, or even 25 sometimes as well. And then we just go. That's how a lot of my runs get to like floor 20 easier. That's how I got to floor 38 as well. You distracted to floor 25 once? Nice. Yeah, the first time I got Sprout was whenever I was, Now! Math in chat, please! I need math! What's the number for pi? 3.14159 something 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 something, I forgot. I know there's a 7 in there. And a 6. 6, 7. 10. One plus 7 equals 8. 6. Wait, 7. 6. What even did Stream Elements time you out for? 1987. They silenced me. Yeah, they did. They silenced you. Stream Elements silenced you. I'm gonna eat you from saying 67. What is it like how I ate y'all's art earlier? You need paper? I have paper that was slightly eaten. Like I can just literally stream but Obsidian fucking eats paper. Oh, I got paper towel in my mouth. Still, yeah. You love flipping people eating paper. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Swear counter starting now? Oh gosh. Oh no. We have a swear counter, guys. Who's gonna keep track though? Who's gonna keep track of the swear counter? Never mind, swear word. Act like we are cooking in the same house. Can we wait until we... Dude, that's 30... That's like almost... That's damn near 30 minutes, dude. That is literally like 30 minutes. Dude, it kicked me out too. It keeps on, stream keeps kicking myself out. And I'm like, bro. Bro, help me stir the batter. It's too strong. The oven's on fire! Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot! You guys better thank Ko-Fi Bot. Y'all better thank Ko-Fi Bot. The oven is fighting back. Help. Thank you, Ko-Fi. Merci, Ko-Fi Bot. Guys, why is the dough moving like that? Yeah, everybody yeah, I am. Everybody thank Ko-Fi Bot. Say it. Say it. The batter is turning human. Here. You guys better thank Ko-Fi Bot. I have a pair of scissors pointed at y'all. You guys better thank Ko-Fi Bot, I swear. Thank Ko-Fi Bot. No, not the scissors. Snip, snip. Hey guys, I accidentally put Grandma into the batter. The balloon is trying to kill us. I'll give you a haircut. I do need to cut my hair though. Okay, we need one more person still. Let me ask real quick. It said thank you, Ko-Fi Bot in a raven. Oh gosh. Who ate the counter? Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Because we've been waiting for one more person. I'm getting our one more person, guys. I'm getting our one more person, guys. I'm making you a pie. You're making them into a pie. Oh gosh. There they are. There they are. We can go now. We can go now. We can go now. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Whoop. Wait till it get over here. We're going to the astrovator. Get in. Get in. Get in. Better get in, outdated dick. Okay. It's all friends. His Eclipse's arm is built weird. Old man or the freaking moon? The moon. Distractor needs some stamina. Because we have the healer, we need the it. Why do you have both Riven Spill and Air Horn? And Clown Horn? Why do you have both of those? Speed. I mean, you're only gonna get 10%. You could have that with... You can have that with the dog plush. It's just 10%. Dog plush gives you 10% speed. I'm gonna throw eggs at you. Dude, these two Eclipses are gonna get raptured. Oh my god, why am I Holy lag! What the fuck? Oh, yeah, we can have a normal eclipse to, oh my god, I'm lagging so much. Hold up, guys. Ah! Oh. Why am I lagging so much, though? I'm, like, actually lagging, like, a shit ton. Hold up. I think I need to actually close out of Spotify. Have less things open. Oh, my ping's sitting at, oh shit. My ping's sitting at like 200. But yeah, we'll have, you'll be the control eclipse. So you'll have the base amount that you'd get. You though are gonna be the experimental eclipse. So you'll have the max. How much do you got right now? Oh, you have 240. You're just Astro. Yeah, you're just Astro. You're just an Astroke. Save me tapes, please. Oh, yeah. I feel like if I did a VC run with, like, everybody, I feel like all you'd just hear is, like, screaming. I got my game before Eclipse was a thing. Okay, I gotta get Tisha. Oh, hey, there's a medkit. No, that's a fucking stealth candy. I'm an idiot. That is not a medkit, guys. That is not a medkit. That is not a medkit. There's a tape over here in this corner right here. Oh, how do you mistake them? There's a tape right there in the corner. In the corner right there. Also, there's a machine there. Corner. Machine. Oh, thank you. They're like tapes. Everybody's like, oh my gosh. Holy lag. I am lagging. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Dude, I'm spiking as well. Oh, what is going on here? I'm concerned. Holy shit. I think maybe it would be a good idea for someone else to maybe distract until this lag gets, fixed. Holy shit, though. Why am I lagging so much? Okay. Oh, hey, Sylvester. I'm gonna grab some pumpkins, though. Because I am trying to get more pumpkins anyways. I need 10 more pumpkins. Ooh, bottle of pop. Stop giving me your leg. I'm sorry. Oh. You gotta realize your stealth, dude. You gotta realize your stealth. Don't take those tapes. Okay. There's tapes over here, by the way. Oh no, ad. How do I have a twisted? Oh, it's Yada. Yippee! Oh my gosh, why am I lagging so much? Anyway. Why am I lagging so much, though? That's very concerning. It sounds weird in my room. It sounds really weird right now. First ad, Red Bull, war game. Holy lag. Oh, first experiment. First experiment. How much you got? How much you got? 384? Oh my god. Control. Oh, it's literally just scraps on this floor, too. There we go. We're at 3,000. We can get Gordy. Back in my days. Dude, I don't even know where to go. There's a tape over here. Literally, tags used to tag one word. Instead, now they're just tagging the entire sentence, so you don't know what, like, what is in it. What's up, guys? What's up, guys? I'm 16. I'm the new player in the basketball team. I'm really excited to play. We know it's you. Oh. I heard that skill check fail. You got this, Sprout. You got this. You got this. You got this, Sprout. You got this. Do you want me to take over? Oh, hell yeah. Extraction speed. Get to the elevator. Okay, I lagged and it didn't move. Don't fail. Shut up. Shush. 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 Gotta remember, someone's keeping track of the swears and now I'm like, oh gosh. I'm self-aware. Gosh. Bro's just like, What is going on with my lag, though? Nothing blocking my Wi-Fi router anymore. I don't know what's going on. Are you watching the stream, by the way? I don't know if you're watching stream or not. Do I have everybody in here watching stream? Okay, okay. I was like, Okay, everybody in this run is watching stream. Okay. Sylvester! Oh my gosh! And Roger. Roger? Say hi if you're... Hi! I am streamed. Ah! Where is he? Where'd he go? Where is he? Where'd he go? Oh my gosh, Astro's distracting Sylvester. He's distracting Sylvester. Oh. Where's Roger? Where's Roger? Wait, where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Where? My twisted! God damn it! There's some tapes over here. There's some tapes also over here, too. You guys might want to be careful. I always pop Roger. I'm going to pop it whenever you leave. Don't do it. Someone's on that machine. I just see you with the around the corner. You're just there. Get to the elevator! Watch, you better move. Wait, who got hit? Wait, who got hit? Oh shit, Gordy. Get in, get in, get in. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that's terrifying. Please. Please. I would love to. I would love to switch ping with you. I want 50 ping. Instead, my ping keeps on switching up to like 4,000. Not 4,000, but you know, it's similar. Who looks like? Oh, that. Oh yeah, you look like the teacher. You look like the teacher in a teenage drama. Oh, oh, they're getting Vecnud. Finn. And someone else. Oh, hell yeah, your stream delay is 15 seconds. Let's go. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Watch out. My choice is no. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna go over here. No. No. Oh shit. No. -5 stam. Dang. No, I want spare change, you know? I love spare change. Fucking gamblers, man. Oh my gosh. How could you guys? It just lagged and made me go back into the elevator. There's a band-aid over here. There's a bandage here. There's both a band and a med. Roger's here. That could have been bad. It's both a band and a med. Oh, where is Roger? Ooh, Roger! Teehee. Guys, watch out. Teehee. Oops. Ah! Bruh. Dude, I'm lagging so bad, too. How hot is my computer? It might be because it's been on for a while. That might be one of the problems. It smells like wet dog. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Guys, I primed it. Damn you! Damn you! Did my primed machine. I cannot believe you. Yeah, knowing me, I probably need it. What? That's all I think whenever I'm seeing that. that sticker. Wow! You love doing prime machines? Oh gosh. Boom. It's weird not, like, really being the main distractor at the moment because I'm lagging so much. Oh, hey, there's a band-aid. No, no, no. I was so scared you were gonna pop that capsule right there. That's Roger right there. Don't pop the capsule, thank you. No. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Indecisive, don't do it. I got kicked out again, yeah. Hee. Okay, try not to actually get hit by that. There's the band-aid right here, though. Damn, dude. Damn. 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 Bro's like... You're like, damn, damn. How many swears are we at right now? How many swears are we at on the swear counter right now? Oh god, I guess we gotta go gambling. Too many. We need someone like with like a paper and a... I got a chocolate. We need someone with like a paper and a like a pen to like tally off how many swears I do. Pumpkin. Yummy. You just took a tape. You just took a tape. Right in front of me. Wow. Wow, dude. Oh, we have 3 now. Oh, I got both of these two. I got these two. My stomach's making like really weird noises right now. I'm concerned. Tally started. Dude, oh my god. Did Sprout just use this healing? Dude, Cosmo does not want to be away from me. There we go. Dude, I keep on lagging. Where's the band, by the way? Where's the band? I'll go ahead and give you tapes. There's your tapes. Where did Sprout go? was I healed? Why was I healed? I was at 2. Yeah, I was at 2. So damn is not a wait. You're not counting damn as a swear? Aw, okay. Oh my gosh, it's Eclipse. We're gonna get the, there's a med kit, by the way. Like that. Dude, oh my gosh, the one that I did before stream, it was literally like me and this one Tisha had joined a fucking furry convention. Oh, it kicked me out of stream again. Get me back on. What do you mean 3? 3, 2, and 1 stolen. But yeah, literally it was like me and Tisha went into it for like a furry convention. It was really funny. The lag is semi-manageable now. Semi. I wonder if Roger's on the board. All you hear is "Arr, arr." Hey, at least there's not a tune named what? At least there's not a tune named Obsidian. Cause then I would be like, We're about to have the funniest shit right now. We're about to have the funniest. All you hear is that's all you hear. Let's get a discount, guys. Yeah, let's get discounted, you know. A discount. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Employee discount. Yeah, we need an employee discount, bro. Yeah. Oh my gosh, Gordy's here. What? Huh? Also, there's a band-aid right here. Huh? What do you mean? Why are you wearing... I'm concerned? Literally 0 stamina cards so far. 2 blackouts though. Twisted on board is Sylvester. Oh. There's a machine over here, by the way. It's like halfway done. Beat him till panic. Oh shit, I forgot that was- oh god. I'm so sorry, I was like, who's there right now? Oh shit, it's Gordy. Whoopsies. 6, 7. Three, two, 1, go! This is gonna be hell getting back, huh? Huh? Why? Why me? No! I'm on your distractor, guys. We probably should have saved the closest for last. Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot. You guys better thank Ko-Fi Bot. Thank you. They're griefing themselves just fine. Oh, hey, there's the Band-Aid. Thank you, thank you, Ko-Fi Bot. You guys better thank Ko-Fi Bot. You guys better thank Ko-Fi Bot. You guys better thank it. You guys better thank it. Thank Ko-Fi Bot. Thank Ko-Fi Bot. Thank Ko-Fi Bot. I want to see. I will grief you, B. I will grief you. Don't get me started. We have 4 Twisteds? Oh shit. V, you're gonna be a dead man. You're gonna be white dead. What if someone made a I love yes. 6, 7. Dude, how much? Just send something in Discord. Oh? Yeah. Oh, fuck. I don't have an item to get rid of. How could you say no Ko-Fi? How could you? Oh gosh, not a 6, 7 counter. Oh my gosh. Nah, we gotta have the new thing that's 6, 8. No, it's gotta be 6, 9 actually. We have to have 6, 9. You were gonna get murdered at 3 a.m. exactly by Ko-Fi. This isn't even sponsored by Ko-Fi. It would be hilarious if I got sponsored by Ko-Fi though. It would be hilarious. Oh, I want the airport so badly. There's a tape right here. I'm gonna take it. Sprout, get your aggro tapes. I know 69 already happened. Listen, I know. Dude, where the fuck is the stamina card? I don't know if there even is gonna be a next run, though. Honestly, I think I'm tired. Like, this might be my last run. Might. Why are they saying 41? I'm still panicking. I hate this map. I hate this map. It's Brusha, Finn, and Tisha. Ooh. I'm lagging again. Boo. Ah! That was perfect timing, but still. Oh shit! Gordy, no! Gordy, no! Gordy, no! Gordon Ramsay! Gordon Ramsay. Oh shit, Gordon Ramsay, guys! It's Gordon Ramsay. He's in our run. Today, I taught Gordon Ramsay himself how to play Dandy's World. Dude, I've been swearing. Dude, where are 2 of my Twisteds? Dude swears. Dude, I swore, like, god damn it. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck off. There you go, there's your swears. Open Another 2. 3. I'm gonna kill Finn. I'm gonna kill Finn. I'm going to kill Finn. I'm going to kill Finn. I'm going to kill. I'm gonna kill him. I'm going to kill Finn. 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 I am going to kill Finn. That was Gorum. Oh, your favorite streamer. Thank you. No, that was Louie. That was Gore of my favorite streamer. No, that was Louie. Get to work. Get to work. Y'all keep going for now. I'm gonna quickly be right back. chat, your streamer is back. Did anybody else die? Did anyone else die? Hello. Welcome. Welcome to the internet. Nobody died. Okay. Okay, that's good. Oh, Sprout's here though. Y'all want to try again? I think I'm able to try again one more time. Let me cook. Let me cook. Wait, who's distracting now? You're distracting. Let him cook. Let him cook, guys. Let him cook. Let him cook. We need one more fall. Oh. Oh. Oh, bro's dying. Oh shit! They're all dying. I just said, guys, let's restart. And they immediately go die. Holy shit. We need like a swear. We really do need a swear counter. Oh. Is that Astro? No. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Oh. Oh, you gotta go. Okay. Damn. Damn. Chat, let me cook for real. Chat, let me cook for real. Are you the only one? You're the only one left. We really need to have like a twisted PO. Oh, I just realized I didn't have my fucking cam up. I was like, guys, and then I looked over and I was like, where am I? Bro, Astro is, dude, I'm getting like everybody's names wrong now. Astro distracting Sprout. Astro Distractor? Ayo. Astro Distractor? Let's go. Oh my gosh, bro's distracting. Oh no. How does he steal? Oh, 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 oh. Oh, bro's lagging, bro's lagging, bro's lagging. My face win. Oh, no more Astro Distractor? Okay. Fine. Okay, I think I'm gonna do just one random run. We can try again maybe later to try to get the Eclipse on all levels run. You just see all of my friends starting to join. Bro's hair tie broke. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna try to see what's going on with this. Me? Okay, task manager. We're doing the train again. I'm gonna see if this works. Holy shit. It's probably because I'm lagging. What is going on? What else is open other than like OBS and Roblox? Can task manager actually? I'm confused. Why is my thing not even? What about the train? Yeah, what about the train, guys? We need to have the train. We have to have the train, guys. Do 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 do. gotta have the train. Should I just, like, do those all off? Maybe? Okay, new swear counter. Aw, damn it. What the fuck? Hold up. Hold up. Oh. What? What's up with you and Empreg runs? What are you doing? Hi. I'm not really going out of my way to friend people. Yeah, don't encourage them. Don't encourage them, guys. Don't encourage them. I would never. I'm very concerned. I'm concerned for you. The fuck? Let's join this run up here. Gordy hunt, and there's a Gordy in there. There's 2 Gordys in the Gordy hunt. I want some popcorn. I'd like some popcorn. Hyper, where are you going? Where are all y'all going? Oh wait, I got him! I got him! I have all the tunes! I have all the Halloween tunes! And all the research! Oh my god, we're all Gordy now. You've been trying to hint at it for the past minute. Oh my god. It's Giggle Sharts, not Giggle Fart. What are they talking about? I was saying check your pumpkins. Oops. Oopsies. I don't have enough to buy any, like, of the skins now, though. Sad times. I'm not joining the Empreg run, though. Let's do a dandy run. I haven't done an actual dandy run in a while. I'm gonna try out my new tune. Pumpkin patch run? Nah. Just a dandy run. Is everybody that was wanting to be here? There's so many Gordys. There's so many Gordys. Bro's just horrified. That is a mosquito! That's a fucking mosquito! I actually killed it. Guys, look at the dead mosquito on my finger. That's a dead mosquito. I killed a mosquito. Hell yeah. Guys, there's 4 there's 4 Gordys. Oh my god, there are 4 Gordys in here. You got McDonald's Wi-Fi? Bro, I'm lagging a lot. My eyebrows are itchy. I need to switch hats. Willowwood hat, come here. Come here. Oh shit, I need to... Guys, make sure you're doing the swear counter, guys, so that we don't forget. Oh, 9 people, still 249 followers. Yeah. We need 1 more, and then we can do like a... You're still eating that? I can't see! My leg! Oh my god. Oh no 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 no. I am lagging so much right now. Damn, never mind, you got a heal up a band. Damn. Asshole? B. Tisha just took a tape. I saw that. Tisha just took a tape. Ah! Oh god, Boxon just saw me. What the fuck? I was like, why is Tisha cleaning in Gigi? Then I was like, oh shit, she's dying. Gigi dead. Gigi dead. Gigi is dead. My lag. Does anyone want a machine? Oh. Y'all, before we leave, the... Oh, you're still checking... Oh, okay. Okay, dude. Damn. You're kidding. Stop aura farming at the end of the elevator and get in. Huddle up whenever we're about to, like, go. Yeah, huddle up, guys, huddle up. I heard 2 entire pumpkins. Oh, huddle up. Get in! Huddle up, guys. Oh my gosh, you're gonna go send the picture of the caramel? Huddle, guys, we got this. Boom. Yada and Soulbuster! I'm gonna try. I'm gonna attempt. Good. Wish me luck. Wish me luck, guys. Oh shit. I'm already failing. Oh my god, I'm already failing. There is a box of chocolates. Hi, guys. Yippee! My lag. I got a lot of lag. Every time a machine is completed, I lag out. That's concerning. I don't know how to stop lagging at this point. Something is very fishy. Oh my gosh. You can see the fucking lag too. Is anyone on the last machine? Trick or treat. Guys, I'm live and need one more follower to get to 250. Fuck, I can't say it anymore. band-aid, just what I needed. Another band-aid. Never mind on both. Oh, there's an air horn. Oh. You fucking idiot. You fucking idiot, bro. You fucking idiot. What the fuck? What the fuck, Tisha? What the hell? You're like swear counter. It keeps on going up because I'm like, what the fuck? 9 swears. Because of Tisha. It's because of Tisha fucking get in the way. She keeps getting in the fucking way. Can she fucking get the horn in front of me? She used an air horn. Oh my fucking god. Like, bro, my guy. 13. Fuck it, I'm leaving him to her. I'm not helping her. In Discord that counts swears? 16? Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know, honestly. I don't it's 'cause of Tisha. It's 'cause I tried saying it. Get your asses over here. God damn. Yoink, yoink. Oh, come on, Tisha. Come on. It also hurts to touch. Oh, that's concerning. Where did Tisha go? You motherfucker! Are you trying to deliberately make me swear? You asshole. Wait, what do you mean ass is not a swear? Ass is a swear. Got me hurt. That's 18. You got me hurt. There we go. It's an eye for an eye. Or a heart for a heart. I don't fucking know. I think that mosquito... You motherfucker. You motherfucker. How fucking dare you? I can't believe you. Trying to deliberately make me swear. It's working! But I can't believe you. Y'all just need like a little like tally mark or something. That just counts the swears. Or if anybody knows how to code and whatnot. $19 Fortnite card. Who want it? Yeah, I think the mosquito bit my foot. I literally think it bit me on the foot. It would be really cool if someone knew how to code and were like, yo, dude, I can add a swear counter that automatically puts the swears. Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot! I swear if you guys don't say Ko-Fi Bot, I'm gonna shoot you. Just kidding. For legal reasons, that is a joke. Whee! Yoink. Yoink. You fucker. I don't got no more band-aids. I'm all out of band-aids. The fuck you mean cockfi bot? The fuck you mean cockby? The fuck you mean cockby? Cockfi. What do you mean cockfi bot? What do you mean cockfi bot? What the fuck? It would be kind of funny if I tried to do a stream like after I get my wisdom teeth. That's not the Ko-Fi bot I know and fear. Dude, I said so many cocks. I said so many cock. I was like cock. Apparently cock ain't a swear to you. The stream's frozen, never mind. You motherfucker. You motherfucker. Fuck you. You fucking bitch. I cannot believe I cannot believe you did that. Well, Kyle's mom's a bitch. She's the bitch. She's the biggest bitch in the whole wide world. Oh, hey, a band-aid. You're gonna cry, oh no. Little children near and far don't know where your parents are. You're talking in like 1 minute ago? Oh no. 4-second delay, hell yeah. You can keep on counting up the swears. So how many swears is it now? Wow, I've jumped to the present. I don't think y'all realize that I started singing the, well, Kyle's mom's just a bitch. She's a big bitch. She's the biggest bitch in the world. Who's the other one? Oh, it's Boxton. America. Alright. Don't go that way. Okay, I'm gonna grab the band because I keep on, you know, dying. Yoink! Is Tisha the only one that's not- Tisha's the only one that's not on stream. Tisha's also the one that keeps on pissing me the fuck off. Now, how did I do that? No, don't. Tisha's the one that keeps on pissing me off. Yeah, y'all definitely missed an entire, like, bunch of swears, by the way. Just letting you know. Y'all missed, like, 20 of them. You don't care. Oh my gosh. Well, I said bitch like 20 times. I literally said bitch like 20 times. That sounds more like it. That sounds more like 201. Yeah, that sounds more like it. We're not counting Kyle's mom. Thank you. Well, Kyle's mom's a bitch. She's a big bitch. She's the biggest bitch in the whole wide world. She's a bitch. She doesn't. Oh gosh. Oh, there's a stamina card. Oh my gosh, we get to finally have some stamina. help? Your karma? Your camera? Okay, who the fuck is getting hurt? Who's getting hurt by Finn or Louis? As I just saw Louis. It keeps zooming in. It goes zoom. Yes, this is the most practical way to play, guys. This is how you have to play. Louis, get your ass over here. I also said ass like 100 times as well. I am literally right behind you. I am trying to get Louis back. You just got jump scared? By what? By who? Who has jump scared you? You fucker. You little shit. I can't believe... Help. Help. Thank you. Help. I was like, oh my god, my camera, my mouse, my everything. Patience is key. What's the update on the swear? How many swears is it now? It's kind of creepy how he's got the follow me eyes, so he looks at you no matter what. 417. I got 123 tapes. I've been turned around! That's not fair! Do I have to distract like this now? You fucker. Fuck you. Oh my gosh. You fucker. You little shit. You little shit. I can't believe you just did that. And add. Also, did someone just blow an air horn? I heard an air horn go off. But it was like the very end of it. Like I heard like beep. That's the beginning of it. The very beginning. Did you just blow an air horn? Fuck, shit, bitch, piss, pussy, cock. Fuck, 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 fuckity, fuck, 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 fuckity, fuck, 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 bitch, 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 fuck, 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 bitch, 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 bitch. No, you ain't. No, you ain't. You can't count fast. Oh, hey, Dial's floor. Good luck on that. Tee. Welcome back, guys. I was totally innocent the entire time. You better not. You will smite at least some of... I looked over, there's 12 people watching. They probably saw the... They probably saw everything. Why must I get an ad while I'm using... Oh. Are you actually drawing the me pointing a gun at y'all? Oh my god. I am scared. He's over there. Why the hell? did Tisha die, or did one of y'all die? Honestly, good. I do not care for that Tisha. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, you're actually drawing me? What, are you drawing me or the Obsidian OC? By the way, this is the Willwood hat. I made a Willwood hat. It's cool. It says Willwood and the tapeworms. Probably not that like that, but you know. Oh, hey, Dial. Please don't see me. I will freak the fuck out. Stop following me. What you get? What you get? What you get for the trick or treat? What did you get? What did you get? What you get for... Don't do that. Don't do it. Don't do it. You're gonna kill someone. Are there two machines here? No, there's just one. Get boosted, get boosted. I don't know if I boosted them or not. Yeah, no, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do that. Don't do it. Shotted me? Did not. No! Damn it. Well, I'll have to retry now. There you go. Get boosted. Get boosted, bitch! It's Brittany, bitch. Oh, stamp reach. Damn it. Fuck, I did the wrong one. He's right there. No. Don't turn. Don't turn. Good. Good. I'm on the way. There's some tapes right here. Just so you know, there's some tapes right here. You know. Get boosted. What you get this time? What you get this? You got speed. Bro got sped up. Hey, who do you see? No! I wonder who? I wonder who fucking died just now. I wonder. Retro. The pumpkin. I got carved, guys. My fucking camera got turned all the way around. Second murder today. Yeah, you murdered 2 people! You have... That's not even my microphone. That's my microphone, though. Wait, I gotta like actually get closer to this shit. How do you feel about murdering 2 people? You murdered 2 fucking people. Now you're gonna get murdered, boy. They're all right there. That's loud, man. Oh no. Sylvester has died. Sylvester has perished. I blame Goob. I don't know what I was gonna say up here. I literally went up to the mic. I was gonna say something and I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna. Oh. I got murdered because of you. I got murdered because of you. You murdered me. I've been murdered. I got moited. I got moited. I have been murdered. I got killed because of somebody. Guys, get to the elevator, even though nobody's on a machine. Oh my gosh. Bro almost murdered a 3rd person. Bro almost murdered a 3rd person. Ooh. Hey, Goob. Is Goob still alive? Goob, can you, pull Sprout to, like, maybe right here so that you guys can pull him in? Or, like, maybe, like, right here, maybe. I feel like that would be a better idea. You know. I wonder if they're gonna have a Thanksgiving event. That would be pretty fun, but that's like, I don't know. Okay. You'll have to like do it before panic though. And someone's gotta go, like, someone's gotta free him. That's the wrong place. Someone's gotta, like, protect him. Oh my god. You'd probably be able to pull him from there. Just make sure that you're not on cooldown, though. Make sure you are not on cooldown. Operation Save Sprout. Oh shit. Someone's gotta take Dial away. Oh shit, no. Oh my god, no. No! Y'all killed him. Y'all killed Sprout. That murder was on y'all. That murder was on y'all. That murder was on y'all. Y'all have killed 3 people. Wait, I wonder if there's like a... Do I have like a tube type thing? This is a tube. That murder was on y'all! Ooh! Ooh! I am a ghost haunting you now! Y'all have murdered Sprout! Ooh! You're actually gonna crash out. Crash out! Heal me! God damn, it is sharp. That's a... Literally, that's like a sword. Somebody has to distract now. Somebody distract. I wonder who can distract now. Ooh. Your streamer is tired. Oh my gosh, your streamer is tired. Hi. Hi guys. Hi chat. I'm a duck now. I'm a duck. I'm a duck now. Quack quack. Quack quack. Quack quack. I can take Dave. Rose is like, dude. Good night, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for them to die though. It is 4:10. How much on the swear counter, by the way? I have no clue how much I've sworn. Ooh. Ooh. That looks like a dick. There's the balls and there's the dick. Do you see it though? Do you see it? You should have heard when the ad was going on. You should have seen. You know you don't see it. It's upside down. You should have seen when the ad was going on though. I was literally like fuck 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 bitch 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 fuck fuck. Someone's gonna like go in like in like a while, and then they're gonna be like, well let's see how much 14. They're gonna see like how much they're like gonna do a tally counter. I just know it. Like someone in like, I don't know, maybe a year if they're watching this VOD on that time. Hi guys! Hi future people! I wonder, am I still here? Is this still my setup or do I finally have a new computer? Yeah. Yeah, slay, dude. 42. Do I have better internet? I honestly think it might be my computer. It might be my computer. Let's check how Eclipse is doing. It's right in sideways. Whoa. Where your head at? Where your head at, bro? Where your head at? Where you head at? Where it at? Where's your head? Guys, get my machine. My machine. I was gonna pull her in. I was gonna pull her in, like... Yeah, holy lag. Dude, I am 1 follower off from having 250. Sorry, there's nothing I can do about it. Oh, Shelly. Oh. Oh. Broke out on that machine probably was like doing what I was doing, like, no, let me off, no. Bro probably was like, no, let me off, no, 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 no. I could have sworn I hear Pebble. Nah, it's just Shelly. It's just Shelly. I need to hit 250 today at least. I need to hit 250 during my stream today. Let me see, who's not following? You hallucinated a single thump. Well. Damn it. I'm like, I'm putting it in the fucking old, yeah, the rest left. Yo, bro's distracting. Yo, bro's distracting. Tape. 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 I'm trying to like get like one more person. I need one more. I am 1 away. 1 away. I am 1 away from 250. Maybe for my 300 follower stream, I might do like a cooking stream. Of you holding up. I finished a messy little. Oh gosh. A second point? A gun for Ko-Fi bot. I like how the thing with Ko-Fi bot has been around for like years. It's legitimately been around since my at least probably it's been around since at least the Periophobia stream at least. Drawing Ko-Fi bot. Oh gosh, we're giving Ko-Fi bot headcanons. What's next? Ship art? Oh gosh, Ko-Fi bot ship art? Oh gosh. Nah, we gotta ship Ko-Fi bot and stream elements. 2 distractors. Nice. Just 2 distractors. Yeah, I think after this though, like honestly I think I might do like try to do a cooking stream for my 300 followers. We'll probably be making like chicken alfredo. We'll probably make like chicken alfredo. I'm hiccuping. Hell yeah. Now pink. I love that. I love that. Bro died. You are last. You are last. You are last again. You are last again. Oh, thank you, Ko-Fi Bot. You guys better thank it before you guys leave. Y'all better thank it. Thank Ko-Fi Bot, guys. Thank Ko-Fi Bot. Thank Ko-Fi Bot, or this is gonna be what happens. I'm going to murder you in your sleep. You're gonna wake up at like 3 a.m. and like you just see Obsidian like wait, you see Obsidian standing there like hold up, let me. You just see Obsidian standing like or like just that's what you see. At that point, that's what you see. That is legitimately what you see. That's all you see. You just see me standing there, menacingly T-posing. Too far down. There we go. You're back in stream. You missed the part where I was back there T-posing. You missed the part where I was back there T-posing. Driving in my car right after a beer. Oh, that's hilarious. Do it. You gotta do it at this point. You gotta. just be like, driving in my car right after a beer. You gotta do it. You gotta do it. Who else is here? Hey, that bump is shaped like a deer. Oh, it's Boxton. D-U-I, how about you die? I'll go 100 miles an hour. Driving in my car right after a beer. Hey, that bump is shaped like Rebecca. D-U-I, how about you die? I'll go 100 miles an hour. Little do you know, I filled up on gas. I'ma kick your making ass. Pulverize his fuck with my Bergen truck. I think you're out of luck. Truck. Nah, like we gotta do the opera like that. It's funny because especially whenever I'm sick, when I can't talk normally, I can still do like opera. I am not classically trained, by the way, at all. I literally just go. I am still losing my voice, by the way. I just go. My voice cracked. My voice literally cracked. Guys, I'm so cracked, bro. I am so cracked, bro. Like, I can, for some reason, I don't know how I'm doing that. I never know how I do that. Genuinely. I just sit there and I'm like, oh! It's weird. But at the same time, opera. And I can hit all the notes in the Ballad of Jane Doe. I did it for like last year's Christmas at the Christmas party, and they were like, you should do karaoke, you need to get on the mic. And I was like, okay, but it's not gonna be a song that y'all know, because they're older and they don't know Ride the Cyclone. And I was literally like, oh, 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 melody flows through the air. When silence falls, does no one care? Like that. But not like that. It's weird. It's so weird, because my normal voice is like this. You guys hear my voice every day. But then, my singing voice can go like this. Which keeps kicking you out. Oh gosh. Bro's lagging. Damn. Oh, melody flows through the air. When silence falls, does no one care? Another sad, forgotten tune. Another song that no one knows. So that's how it goes. Just shout at me. Forever eternally, Jane Hold up. And I'm asking why, Lord, why, oh, why, oh, why, oh, why? I don't know if I can do the, I don't know if I can do the Toad voice. Oh god, I haven't heard it in forever. I have not heard it in forever. That's not even the right word. Don't cough. From the shit. I can't do it. Good night. Good night, Stone. Good night, Stone. Yeah. Also, like, I have, like, some weird laughs as well, which is pretty fucking funny. It's, like, 2:35? Is that the swear count or your tape count? Is that the swear count or how many tapes you have? Oh, stamina. Damn. I hear Sprout. Oh shit. Oh, hey Sprout. Hey, there's a medkit over there. Lol. Oh, 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 oh. Like John, I'll be eternally forgotten. Name some lost refrain. Just Jane. Jane. Hey, Sprout's right there. Blows up pancakes with mind. My fucking pancakes. A melody flows through the air. With silence, bro's ill. Oh, does no one care? Nah, but I could like, I'm pretty sure like I can do like the, welcome back. Let me look up the lyrics, because I don't know the song without the lyrics at this point. I thought that was Pebble. In sleep he sang to me, in dreams he came. That voice which calls to me and speaks my name. And do I dream again? For now I find the phantom of the opera is there inside my mind. And I can, like, you know how, like, she goes like the sing for me. Oh my god, bro can't do that machine. Bro cannot do that machine at that point. Bro is not able to do the machine. No more machine for you. Damn. Those who have seen your face draw back in fear. I am the... I forgot which... Like, I forgot whose, like, part it was. Oh my gosh. Hold up. We're gonna do, like, a little sing-along to the Phantom of the Opera. That was on my phone. I forgot about that. That's all you hear. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah. Here, I don't want to open up Spotify again, so I'm just gonna... Bum, 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 bum. Da, da, da. Dum diddly dum dum. He sang to me, in dreams he came. That voice which calls to me and speaks my name. And do I dream again? For now I find the phantom of the opera is there inside my mind. Honestly, I need to listen to, like, the entire musical again. Still 249. Yippee! Yeah, I think I have, like, a really strange vocal range, because whenever I'm speaking, I speak at, like, the bottom of it, like, around the bottom of my vocal range. But my customer service voice, like, my customer service voice is, like, a little bit higher, I guess? It's, like, a little bit higher, you know? Like, whenever I'm talking to customers, it's like this. And then, like, I'm like, we have a 7-day return policy. Just make sure to keep the original tag in the receipt, and it'll go on to a Goodwill gift card. And it's like, huh? And, like, my normal voice is just a little bit lower. It's just, my customer service voice is always higher. And then whenever I'm like, because sometimes, like, dude, customers do some stupid shit. I'm not gonna lie. They do stupid shit all the time. Bro, I got called a Trump-ette. Someone called me a Trump-ette. Like, Trump plus et. And I was like, excuse me? And she's like, you heard me. And I'm like, I do not support that man. You're calling me that because I caught my coworker putting a lamp as a CD. The lamp was like $11. Our manager told, like, the cashier to put it as, like, a purple tag, which was half off at that time. Cosmo? What the fuck? Damn. And it was just like, dude, what the fuck? Why'd you put it as a CD out of everything? A CD. Like, bruh. Are you trying to get more tapes? Bro's like using everything to get. Bro's acting like a sprout. Bro is acting like a sprout. I forgot that the cooking chaos existed. Huh. Honestly, it'd be really cool if there was an actual show, like, of Dandy's World. Like, it would be so cool if there was, like, an actual show of Dandy's World. You're kidding. They're all doing the rounds around the machine. Oh, Sprout. That's not Sprout, that's Cosmo. Oh my god, they're both there. Oh my god! You can't get away! Bro is lagging. Bro is lagging, bro. Bro, they left the tills open! They left the tills open. That's not smart. That's why, like, all your money's gone. All that money is gone. Those are probably, like, the server stands. Ooh. How many tapes now? How many tapes does this Goob have? I wonder if Goob is gonna get Goob and Scraps. I wonder if they're gonna get Halloween skins. That would be cool. 585, god damn. Damn. It sounds different. It sounds so different. It sounds different. The song sounds different. Why does the song sound different? Also, I'm gonna go ahead and raid. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and raid someone. Let's go. Let's see. Who all is live? This person's playing Dandy's World. They're doing a subathon. 42 days. Dang. Oh, they're raising money for the Trevor Project. That's actually really cool. Oh. I think you failed a skill check. Anyways, I hope y'all have a nice day, night, whatever time it is for you. Be cool, be safe, be nice to the raidie. They're currently doing a subathon on Dandy's World. Yas. Anyways, have a nice night. Get actual sleep. You know, hopefully we hit 250 soon. We might hit it today, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Well, I'm not even gonna be live tomorrow. I got night shift.